Welcome to episode 100.
Woo!
Oh,
Oh my god,
Yippee.
100! Woo!
Dogs,
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
We start over at 1 again, guys.
oh,
One
cool.
merit.
We've all regressed. It's the
Because
secret
we-
thing.
Regressing without a plan. Ah, shit.
Yeah. Well, guys, you got to do it within 100 episodes next time, guys. So you better
Yeah, I'm
start.
sorry. You didn't make it.
What was it? Either regressing or trying to ascend a tier. And it's just like, all right, I'm so awesome, I get to step up. And then you're just like, and you are far too weak for this next area. Congratulations, you're back in baby shoes. So what happened when we last left off?
You guys were trying to uncover additional secrets. You guys had broken into the hut shack and have learned that there's some shenanigans going on. This is a very special space. You also learned about subjective cultivator truth. And would you know, it actually is going to be very useful going forward to the space road. You know, the path of space, the celestial road, because their golden core is called a truth crystal. How how the coincidences become coinkydinks. So, do you need a refresher, or does someone remember what the truth talk was about? The subjective truths.
I believe that was similar to the in Yaha and having, I don't know, I hate to name drop, but like level of domain expansion, depending on if we know the reference to that anime.
Kind of.
Yeah, it's like Jujutsu Kaisen.
Your subjective truth could be my sword cuts down all foes. And you know that to be absolute truth, so it always happens. If your truth is stronger than the guy who says, I will never be cut down by a sword. As a truth.
Not only that,
The
the
math.
path perpetuates specific kind of aspects. So you're able to do incredible feats without requiring to know the physics behind it, or have every single bit of attainment, or be like the foremost expert in something. Like the path covers a lot of blanks and makes up for things that people just don't have yet, and it still lets them form those actions without having the proper attainments. But if you have the attainments, it allows you for greater expression. So there's a lot of hand waving that the path does for you because of the current area you're in.
Can't be bustling if you're sitting there wondering how to chop down a tree.
Yep. Progress waits for no man. But you have a critical clue and piece of information now for your truth crystal in the future. Delicious.
I want to ask on that critical clue of like, I guess, I don't know, for my brain to better understand what the clue actually is.
Sure.
The critical clue is that truth is subjective to the strongest cultivator. Oh, never mind.
The
I think that
critical.
is. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the critical clue is just that truth is subjective in everything. There are things that are heavily suggested that this is the truth, but nothing is absolute unless you get down to like yin and yang or the great wheel or the great axis, where you boiled it down to the point where it's really black and white and there's no more gray. But as long as there's a hint of gray, truth is subjective. And a cultivator can warp what truth is based off of their own Tao and their own perception of the world. And the world plays along with it. It's almost like the world has no choice.
Okay. I believe I have the clue in my brain enough and understand that aspect of it to continue. Um, is everyone confident that we got all the secrets out of the cabin? Because I believe we found documents about the shadow trees.
Are you asking if we've got everything from this opportunity? Is that what you're saying?
Not the opportunity, I'm talking the cabin.
I think so. I mean, I didn't really look around too hard, but
I haven't either. We got. I want to just spend some time going through the documents or anything and looking at the obvious and then trying to question if there's anything hidden.
Sure. You want to go poke around the office, check for hidden stuff?
Would you like a roll for that, or would you?
Yeah,
Or
real perception or any of the abilities and whatnot.
okay.
Yeah. Also, as a out of character note, the Thresholds Mark III will probably be finished by this afternoon, or at least by tomorrow. I'll post it in the change log chat when it's ready. The way it's going to work is each player is going to have the opportunity to keep any threshold qualities they've picked up as is, or they can swap out for any of the new options. So some of the stuff I've changed the wording on, like Weaver's Eye took a big hit. But it also, I expanded how many options you get, and I made it way easier to use. But it also took a qualitative hit towards, knowing exact specifics. It's now high, low, same. So if that doesn't appeal anymore, there's also a bunch of new options that are bangers. They're just pretty damn good. So I'll have to sit down with each of you individually and go through all of the options that would qualify. There's also going to be I know it's a little late for the Wuxi game, but going forward, there's going to be what is called the expenditure qualities. They have to do with spending merit. So it'll help you reach thresholds quicker. Or allow you to exchange a threshold quality like heroic or epic with a different grouping. You don't want any heroic qualities from the might option, but you want 2 from the mind tree. well, there's options for that. So we have big changes around the corner. Soon. Very soon. But I've removed all of the bad options and fixed a lot of the weaker options that no one picks, and so on and so forth. So,
Should be quite excellent.
I didn't get the response I was looking for, so I'll do it myself. Yes. Yes, where is it? Yes. Yes.
I said
yes,
it
thank
should
you,
be quite
thank you,
excellent.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
yes.
you.
There you go.
One clap. Thanks.
I think that was Crisp just deciding to not get my multiple claps and my slow clap.
That's pretty funny though.
Mm-hmm.
But play the music. Begin your investigations, Mr. Poe, with a wonderful 13 DOS. As you search through, it's not even that well hidden. There's there's definitely a air quotes hidden compartment behind one of the bookcases, but it's been moved several times. So, and there's not been a lot of dust cleaned up on the floor, so you see this big sweeping arc shape on the ground, and you're like, "That's suspicious." And you check the wooden cabinet, which is heavy, but you figured out how to move those heavy objects because the wooden planks still have that dowel point in them, which is a curious thing. So a piece of furniture has a dowel point of defense in it. Very curious. But you're able to move it, and there are several compartments. There looks like there's 8 little cubbies. Many of them are empty. There are 3 left. One looks like to be some sort of cultivator manual. One looks like some sort of bottle, some sort of gourd. And the third is a crystal. They're all sitting on different stands.
Would these be, because like the business that is the train running, like nobody uses this cabin anymore, but there's an automatic train that runs through here and we leave tips. Is this like a hidden tip jar? Or like you found it, you could get it, or never mind, I need to investigate it. I'm not going to touch the crystal for now. I'm going to tell my party members of what was found. What do you guys think?
With the Dow point?
Well, I found a gourd, a manual, and a crystal. And I
And
might pick
5
up the
empty
manual
cubbies.
and 5 empty cups.
You can tell by the discoloration of the different layers of dust how long certain items have been missing for. Because there are like little stands for certain objects that are
Missing.
long empty.
Yeah.
Stands are left there, the object's missing. So it's definitely some sort of hidey place, but at the same time, all the people who have come back and forth have done a terrible job of resetting it and rehiding it, or they just didn't even bother.
See, guys, I'm wondering if this shouldn't be restocked. But at the same token, I have no idea what these items are, or even if I could recreate their worth.
What do you want to restock them with? Is the issue. I mean, I don't
Well,
really have
yeah.
anything.
Exactly. Neither do I.
I've already tipped the last of my currency. I could give some fate, I guess, but that's not really.
Well, I think we should investigate. Let's see. I want to look at the manual. What's the title?
Free devouring art.
Okay.
Free devouring art.
It has that same sensation and feeling as when you picked up the manual of Poison Lust. Feels on the same like grade of get your devour on, but you also know the requirement for that is endless. It puts a different hunger in you that you can't ever satiate.
I have a vault, and it's still not exactly easy to manage.
Right.
Well, that's powerful, I would think, depending on what you're trying to devour. And the collection goblin in me would love this little book, but uh, I don't think it's wise for me to try and devour everything like Tree Buddy does. As much as I would like that, that'd be awesome. But um, does anybody want to try and look at the harmonics of the crystal, maybe?
Sure. Let's see what the crystal is. I guess the truth crystal's probably easy, or the Weaver's Eye is probably easier to get more information out of that.
Yeah, I mean, I could do that for all the items here, I suppose. But am I going to?
Weaver's Eye usually is for people because it lets you look at stat blocks.
Oh, true.
Sure. The reason why we said that, Matt, is that last session you had us do it on other things, like
Yeah.
materials, like the tree.
Usually, well, the tree is actually considered a demon beast.
Mhm.
It has a stat block.
Yeah. But let's step back a sec, because if you want to retcon this is completely fine. But you literally said between after it was living and turned into a material, it gave you different information.
It's like looking at a corpse. Technically, it did have a stat sheet, and when a character dies, they still technically have a stat sheet. It's just most of it's deactivated because you're dead. So
we can say this crystal was never alive.
yeah, it's never a living thing. It never had a character sheet. It may have texts as part of the material, but it was never living. Weaver's Eye does work on corpses. There.
Hey, Matt.
Hmm?
Well, never mind. I'll do that at a later date. Uh, is there any symbol for the liquid or anything? Like, is it just a gourd with no marking on it?
It has one large piece of kanji.
Okay.
In fact, you should be able to read it. Go ahead and make me a logic.
10 in total. Or 10 degrees, or success plus 9, however you want to word it.
You think it says tree sap.
Okay. Technically, the sap that we got last time was something considered super poisonous. What is this crystal?
You believe it's some sort of cultivator crystal. Energies coming off it are pretty potent.
Well, friends, I have no idea what the other 5 items were, but we have what I believe to be tree sap, uh, 1 free devour cultivation if you choose, and the cultivation crystal that I am not sure what it is. Past potent energy.
I can sense energy. Is it one of the ones that I know? Let's go on over and take a look at it as well. The crystal. The shiny science.
Sure. Any science would work if you'd like to. That is probably a heavenly crystal. The energies coming off of it are much more condensed, much more pure. But there's a lot of there's something stern built into it. Something not quite outright unyielding, but domineering.
This appears to be a heavenly crystal. If you would like some domineering energy. Heavily condensed.
Or you have to overcome the domineering energy to gain access to the energy inside. Could be interesting.
White.
Let's see. Do we think that we have found all the clues of the have we attempted everything in the opportunity so far?
No, I believe that we only did one of the 3 intended secrets.
Must only get one. If you're, can't remember what Elder told me before we went on this. Does do Savalar or Liron, do you have any ideas of what secrets or how we could find these opportunities? Well, okay. Walking down the railway is just a bad idea. Elder said anybody walks down that way, they just never return. That was before the opportunity, so I don't think it's that. I don't believe going to the tree over and over or to where the tree spot was before we fell the tree over and over again is going to lead us to anything more. I think an aspect of life and death is very prevalent in this forest that theoretically could lead to a secret in some way, as well as pulling on the aspects of truth as subjective.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if it's even possible to have well, truth is subjective. These shadow trees are actually alive, or they're not dead, or I don't know. I think the shadow trees could have some aspect of the next secret, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I think they said cutting down more than one tree is not the point, so I don't think doing that is. I think theoretically, our shrine in memory, or like that, might be a way to lead down the life and death secret, if that exists. And then the next best thing that I can think of is to try and drop a Dao secret point and have it culminate. But that could, like, we have a month, but I don't know if that's wise either.
I mean, we could stay here for the full month. We've already gotten one of the things. But maybe it's the path of Tao point that the trees have that we're supposed to learn. How to do that.
It's fair. All these, well, this whole path business, gotta find the right way and find and make your own path. And, well, maps are lovely creations. You think these hidden items have anything to do with finding a secret? We have sap, a devouring, and a giant crystal. You think there's a wood devouring or a sap devouring thing that we need to learn or know?
I don't think that the intent is to force us to learn a devouring technique. I imagine these are things that might have just been left by various other cultivators at this opportunity.
Hmm. Theoretically.
The elder just waits there patiently.
Savalar, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
Gotcha. What do you think the next opportunity that we are supposed to find, well, that we have the opportunity to find, could be?
I'm not sure, honestly. I mean, divine it, I suppose, with some fate.
The only other thing I could think of would be trying to show respect to the memory and shrine and see if that does anything. But I think us not creating a shadow tree is an aspect of the opportunity, but I could be wrong.
True, but we already solved that with the shrines.
There are a lot of things you could do.
Liron, do you still have the same mission that you had last time?
Yes, I would like to study the train tracks.
All right. One thing comes to mind now that there's a little more information for us, is that manual, the one that Chun Po just had in his hands. I wonder if there's some similarity to the tracks and the tree devouring. I wonder if that's one of the reasons why it stays away. There's this, I don't know, innate devouring aspect within the metal or the trees.
Perhaps.
Maybe that's something you could study on your time here, or
Out of character, I muted myself. My fiance needed my attention real quick. They're they're going to the bank apparently. Unfortunately, it's a Wells Fargo and it's really far away. But I caught the devouring or studying the devouring relationship between the Tree of Shadows and the railway, or the railway's harmonics when they pass through destroys everything, and that's a devouring technique.
I was trying to put two and two together. I was more or less trying to make connections with things that we don't know about yet. I just found it interesting that these would be here, and maybe that's some sort of similarity to why the trees will not go past the railway. Maybe because it devours, in a sense.
Okay, I've got some red string here, and we've got some pointers. Just need to connect some.
My only other question
opportunity
is, why are these things here in the first place? I guess maybe not everyone breaks into the place.
True.
I wonder. Let's see, because I don't think the taking tree would give up items. Otherwise, you could argue that these could be strong items from victims of the taking tree.
Chung Po, you realize the taking tree was just there on vacation, right?
Fair. Okay. Love to. Love to know that, just, oh, yeah, the most evil of beings just takes vacation every now and then. Okay. I think learning a passive is something that we could theoretically learn that is an opportunity. Or understanding how passives operate. And then hopefully forming one, I guess. Hmm. Okay, so we got items. So, I want to uncork the sap gourd and like waft and just get as a poisoner, just carefully inspecting
It
this.
is not quite simply sealed with just a cork top. It has a wax seal, and it is sealed with bindings. From the look of it, you've seen just this very same type of enhanced binding on poison jars. From the
Yeah.
readings you have, if you remove this, putting it back on is no easy feat.
Okay.
You
Mhm.
think you could, though, as long as you remove the binding and remove the wax in such a way it can be reused. You feel with your poison expertise, you could reseal the bottle, but you would have to painstakingly remove the seal, reheat the wax, if you can find a method to just softly and gently like peel the wax up and off without ripping the wax up, and then using the same method to remold it back over. You think you could. It would it'd be like almost a week's effort though, just to check the contents.
Understood. Okay. So sap, 1 week to check contents. Okay.
That's if it doesn't require incantations. You don't see any runic inscription or like talismans. So it doesn't require that level of expertise. You're not sure if there was an incantation used to seal it. Doesn't look like it. Usually that leaves like it's evident that it required an incantation depending on the type of seal used. This looks like it's the traditional wax and cord binding seal, which is pretty common. You'll probably be doing a lot of that yourself once you start brewing some nasty potions you want to keep long term. Because this type of method with the proper containment, like the container, preserves things for extremely long periods of time. Be like popping open a very old wine bottle just to check the contents and then somehow resealing the wine bottle.
Okay. I'm fairly certain this is a poisonous sap because that's what the last sap was like that I wanted to grab. And it's sealed in a way that is like poison that I am somewhat familiar with.
It's a common sealing technique, not just of poisoners. They do it for alchemy elixirs. They do it for draughts of healing. This type of seal is meant to keep all things in and on the inside and all things out on the outside. It's for long-term storage of something.
Okay.
So
the Dow point of defense in the furniture, was that literally just saying that it was hard, like if I tried to break it, it wouldn't break? Or I was just curious whether or not it's like, oh, it's just a sturdy door, or if there was a point that I could try and reflect and gain info into either, I guess, a passive opportunity or a passive. Um, my thought process so far, we have the items. My idea of an opportunity that we could find is passive ability, creation, uh, life and death aspects, and maybe something to do with the Dow points in the items, but I'm not sure. What does everybody else want to do spending like their time right now with their month?
I am going to be studying the train tracks.
We're going to be trying to figure out what the other two things that have been told to us are.
okay. But then we have Liron's is really easy.
Yep.
Lara's is very exploratory. And Poe, you wanted to do which what?
That's the thing. I think, Liron, if you've got this, I'll explore with Lar. I think that might be my best bet.
Very well.
Savalar, what are you exploring?
So we know there's one of we got the one, so we got the opportunity completed in a sense. But there's two more. And as a swordsman, I know not to just leave something at face value. I need to get the most of everything. I believe that there is well, similar chopping ways of doing things, the same way we did short-term pinnacle. I believe there's two other ones just like this that are similar, but aren't exactly that. So, trying to figure out what those could be, and I have a few ideas of how I can go about at least starting the process. One is to do with praying, and the other is to do with my aura. Do you have any auras, or do you have any connections with divinity, Chun Po?
Not offhand. The only aura that I know is Fear the Maw with Tree Buddy that was taught to me. So I have an aspect of projecting aura, but that was a long time ago when we met that one swordsman who bonked Tree Buddy on the head a few times. Still a rival. Don't know if I'll ever meet him again. That's all I have of aura. Otherwise, divinitively, nothing. Just what I can see, really. What were you thinking divine prayer more or aura?
Are you saying you want to split them up and I try for one and you try for the other? Is that what you're saying?
I am not sure how prayer or anything with aura we could find an opportunity in. Or like a sword aura?
That's a possibility, sure. Um, I I wasn't going to go that route. Um, Maybe it's the only thing I can do since I only have enlightenments really in sword.
The I will say my own, not maybe not failings, but trying to understand whether or not this is, at the end of the day, these opportunities are for any and all cultivators. So somebody that's not a swordsman might look at it differently than how, well, anyone else might. But there are times where I question whether or not I should be looking at something like a swordsman or if I should be looking at something how I normally look at it. And trying to figure out if the Sword Carnival wants us to look at it like swordsmen or if we just, figure things out.
Do you remember when you learned what it meant to be a lumberjack?
Yeah, yeah. And that one, it was odd how easy it was once I decided to take it seriously as a lumberjack. Once I said, all right, no, I'm done. I don't care how I look. I'm doing it this way because I know that'll work.
Do you think there's
And
some similarity with being a swordsman?
the thing is, the idea of a swordsman in my old world was just portrayed as somebody who could cut anything, but it never really told us why swordsmen were swordsmen. It's just uh somebody that was strong. I don't really know. I've learned a bit on the path of the sword, but it's still odd to me to think of it as something so strong, but once we reach cutting planets in half, I guess it is strong.
Are you remembering what I was talking about with the lumberjack and how the world helped you with what you were
Yes.
doing? Okay.
Yes.
Do you think
And
there's
that
something
was
similar with being a swordsman, though?
um and that's I apologize. Well, I don't know how to be just a swordsman and all right, let's take it seriously. Let's put on the get the haircut, get the sword, get the respect, get the honor, get the there's bits of it that I've seen that I don't know what's useful and what isn't. I and I've been questioning myself in recent uh recollections. When I chopped down the tree, when I looked at it as a cultivator and a swordsman cutting somebody down, it felt very much like I just had to straight murder this tree to get it to finally chop down and be ended. And I realize with the path that I have picked up and chosen and the fact that I'm going to be a demon, there's going to be so many enemies that I need to kill to show any growth. And when I was based on revenge, I was fine with that idea. And now I'm sitting here contemplating whether or not I don't need to kill that many people. But that's I realize a little off topic and self searching. I don't know what the world needs us to be to figure out what we need for the opportunity. I don't know what to pretend or how much I can pretend to be something that I don't even know what we're looking for. You said prayer, aura, and divinity, and do we need to make shrine maiden or become shrine priests?
Um, no, not really. I mean, it's a good idea, maybe.
Would you
I
like to try and divine?
Yeah, I think I'll what I should try first is just like, using some of my fate forbidden fate power. And let's first step over and I will go into the forest.
Into the woods. Sorry.
I will follow somewhat
Into the woods.
into the woods.
We're gonna grab these two, and then we're gonna hippity hoppity over just a smidge, just a little bit. Yeah, we got a little bit of Mr. Poe. We got a little bit of Mr. Lar, but Mr. Liron stand behind. So hippity hoppity boppity. Hmm. Dranch. There it goes. Sorry, headset cut out for a bit. Puit, your expiration. Hmm.
I will
So
say, I think. Yep.
yeah, Sevelair is going to sit down and he's going to start to pray to his goddess. And during this process, he is going to try and use Forbidden Lore Fate to try and find the other two remaining aspects of this opportunity and ask for his goddess's guidance on this.
This dance. Your connection to fate has gotten stronger. What are auspicious and, let's say, put it poorly, lucky and unlucky numbers of the Monray?
Oh, so 3, 6, and 9 are considered lucky numbers.
And what are unlucky numbers?
1, 1, 5, and 10 are unlucky numbers.
Go ahead and roll to see if you can connect, and then we'll roll a D100.
Alrighty. So, I'm going to do Forbidden Lore Fate, and I'm going to utilize my key, which is Tribulation and Fate, Stardust key. I'll throw on a 290 bonus with expenditure of 56 key.
Okay.
And then you wanted a D100.
Yep. Any fate pointage?
Sure. I got lots of those. We will use just a fate point in combination with the aspect of being a fate weaver. 37 is much better, I'd say. It also has the 3 in it. It's not a tens place like last time.
So for the lucky numbers, I will not be considering numbers in if it's a double digit number or a triple digit or more. You
Okay.
pick single digit lucky numbers.
Okay. Well, besides the
If you
10.
want to edit those, you can.
Oh, no, it's fine.
So
All right. So we'll do twin fate here then. And yeah, okay, that's fine. I don't think. I guess the question is this lucky quality means I would have to roll, I could roll better than a
yes, you
37.
do have to roll better, the lucky
Okay.
quality. As long as you use fate points. Yeah.
Yep, okay. Oh, 30. 36.
1d36. That is neither a lucky nor
Extremely
unlucky
close.
number.
It's really close though. You got anything to adjust that?
No, this isn't a luck check, right? So,
Okay.
it's just a good 4 on a 1d100.
Okay. So you'll get a vision,
Mhm.
and it's not the most helpful vision because it'll use a bit of metaphor and maybe a little bit of representation.
Yeah.
But your talking points of what your ideas were about the missing
2. Yeah.
the missing two like light up the sky like stars
Mhm.
and form a constellation of kind of like a flow of ideas. You had how many points?
Sure. How many points? What do you mean?
Yeah. Go through each of your hypotheses.
Okay. So the first hypothesis is that the chopping opportunity is a representation of a chop of the pinnacle arts. That's what we confirmed and we know about. That is the truth of the matter. The other truths is that this is a triangle of 3. There is the pinnacle, there is domain, and there is divinity within those 3 aspects of the triangle. Why was only one of the 3 presented as the final, like, what we got? But we know that there's 2 other ones remaining. It's very possible that those other 2 are the other aspects of the triangle of power and short forms of those.
Hmm?
That was my hypothesis.
Okay.
Oh, exactly.
Those stars in the sky flicker weakly as if they're about to go out at any moment, like the
Okay.
stars are losing their lifespan.
Gotcha.
Any other hypotheses you want to throw into the night sky before the vision ends?
Hmm. Uh,
Can I throw an idea out to him while he's mid vision?
Sure.
Okay. Um. Well.
Coffee. Coffee time. Coffee, coffee, coffee.
Hmm.
Uh. What of life and death? And truth and memory. I don't know if any of those things can be added to your hypothesis or if hypothesis created from those ideas.
so my other hypothesis is that it is a story hypothesis in the sense that one of the other 2 could be something that Chun Po, something I'm already connected with, um, has already achieved, and that was increasing their stake within this path story. In other words, getting protagonist upgrades in a sense, the same way Chung Po is able to do it for himself. becoming the character within their own story.
That also kind of flickers a bit weakly.
Okay.
The one about pinnacles flickers and then shatters into like a shower of fragments that streak brightly. Or at
Mhm.
least only a couple of them do. At first, it's a plume of beautiful light scattering in a comet shower. And then all but about 3 keep their light. Sorry, all but yeah, 3 are the only. There's only 3 of the showering fragments that keep their light, as the rest of the concepts that make up the idea around the pinnacle fade away into nothing.
Okay. Can I do a Scholastic's consolation on this?
Let's see how you did.
That wasn't very
Looking at
good.
it.
So
Looking at it.
I'm gonna use a fate point on this because I'm trying to
If you
get
like.
fate related information from this.
You also used 2 fate points earlier. Don't forget to see if you can cycle them.
Of course, of course. Slash R 3d10. Yeah, I do get one of them back, so that's no problem.
Definitely some sort of metaphor. So, representation through reading the constellations. When a greater celestial object breaks apart, it breaks down into its constituent parts.
Hmm.
And in this case, this is breaking down a greater idea into its smaller collective ideas that make up the greater idea. So, Pinnacle is absolutely filled to the brim with ideas that eventually make up this cool concept. But through this divination, Fate Bonds is showing that it was never about pinnacle arts itself, but there are certain aspects that you're looking at here. Because if you remember, which you guys learned for the first of the opportunity to actualize your talent, it did have aspects of a pinnacle without forming a pinnacle, which made it far more useful because it didn't take up a keystone slot. You could express Dow points and other sophisticated weight into your argument
Right.
and into your defenses as well. It requires a higher level of command over yourself and your environment, which is what reaching a pinnacle would do. But you purposely stop short so that you don't reach that next the next inevitable conclusion. In fact, you really don't want to, because otherwise, every
Create
time
your
you
own
use it,
pinnacle.
you create a pinnacle, then it takes up a spot, and that pinnacle will be extremely weak because it wasn't built up with intent, with attainments, with expertise and mastery. You've just kind of put a hollow shell together, and it still fills the slot of something worth having. And you'd have to banish it, and it's not what you want for that particular approach. You're pretty also sure that it also has nothing to do with the divinity or the domain.
Yes, it's more just like a okay, so it's not even calling upon those types of powers the same way. It's more of just I guess the biggest expression then that we've learned is about just putting Tao punctuation within it, with active and passive.
You do feel the 3 streaks of light, those 3 falling comets, or shooting stars in this case. They're similar enough in a nature that you can feel their sharpness. So they have to do with some sort of cutting, some sort of
Oh, yeah.
swordsmanship.
Okay.
Um, Another clue is
Interesting.
it's not exclusive to swordsmanship alone.
Right.
You can attain these achievements through still using your wood cutting axe. But how?
For the 3 comments with cutting, I'd like to use 3 of my sword enlightenments then in this situation.
Perfect.
So the first one is on the first comment that's following. I want to see if it's something to do with being a swordsman, and the same thing I brought up to Chun Po on how the waking or the bustling world affects professions. Um,
Mhm.
in this case, we knew that the chopping aspect for being a woodcutter is like that same similarity of what you just brought up of just like you don't have to be a swordsman to do what you're doing there. So you can be a woodcutter and use an axe and get the same kind of thing to come out. Um, and then I'll use the second one on the second comment and the third on the third comment. I'm now I'm interested to see why there's 3. Um, but anyway, okay. Those are enlightenment usages. Do you need any narrative aspects applied to this as well? I've never really thought about using
As
destiny fragments and enlightenment at the same time.
yeah, as I go through them,
Yeah.
go ahead and let me know if you want to use narrative points to kind of expand.
Yeah, I'm
So
just wondering. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go
no,
go
no,
go.
no. Finish your thought.
Well,
I'm
I
about
was
to
just
enter
wondering.
monologue.
Yeah, right. I was wondering how building upon the narrative would affect this. It's almost like what aspect would you apply it to in a narrative fashion? I could pretty much say um, it's gaining or it's supplying new information that are it's coming from the Enlightenment itself, or maybe. Hmm. It's like, hey, do you apply it to the effect of the enlightenment, the same way you'd apply it to a quality increase? Um, is that one way you'd look at it? How would you describe that? Anyway, that was my thought on narrative point usage, applying to enlightenments and other cultivation resources that we haven't done so far. I guess that was my thought on that. So go ahead, monologue time. I'm going to drink some coffee.
Okay. First streak, you know very well. You worked hard for it over the
Yes.
last couple days.
Yeah. I knew it was one of the 3. Exactly.
Mhm.
It was the chop like we did earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, the Dao punctuation, which is a very hefty falling star. Has the brightest of the streaks. It's the most bright of the 3. And you can feel proud about that attainment. That is a not insignificant thing. This will greatly help you going forward in pretty much all things, because it doesn't just have to be wielded through a sword. You
Right.
can, if you have enough skill and investment into something, you can even add Dao punctuation to your profession if you are skilled enough.
Mhm.
It's a general lesson. Technically, you could learn this outside the opportunity, but something special about the environment and why they call it an opportunity is it brings out and manifests your talent when you make these realizations, which is why they're special.
Yeah. Why we got talent in the first place after completing it, in a sense. Gotcha.
So get yourself a sword catalyst
Oh. Okay.
for the enlightenment. You're gonna need those in the days to come. The second one, the second of the streaks, which is it just kind of goes in chronological order of brightest to least bright.
Mhm.
Kind of in the middle. It has to do with even a further breaking down of a swing. It's a tier below the sophistication of Tao punctuation. And ironically, it has nothing to do with the Bustling World's help. It has to do with the opposite. You come to the realization that the Bustling World is everywhere, and it influences everything you do. And
Right.
the more you feed into it, the more it feeds back into you. But it's also one of the greatest traps. People become reliant on it.
Mhm.
So when you break down what you were doing to receive Tao punctuation, the first thing you had to learn was technique.
Right.
But technique can also be broken down further and further and analyzed and even further to a point where you reach almost muscle memory and instinct. If you go the complete opposite direction of the Tao or the Tao punctuation, you actually will reach a new attainment. When you strip away all the different things, axe in hand, what happens when you break it down further than muscle memory? Because that requires actual skill. And you're actively refusing help
Yeah.
or any touch of the Bustling World.
So let's see if I can do this then. So I'm going to apply one of the destiny fragments on this situation here of the enlightenment itself.
When you open up the destiny fragment, you have 5 narrative points in hand.
Right. And these narrative points, applying from what we're seeing from the Bustling World, is the opposite. And it's within the manual aspect. It's what you control with your own destiny. The Bustling World is something akin to destiny. I see it's a facet that we all have to experience, and we all are affected by as destiny controls outcomes. This, but also the Bustling World helps doing outcomes. But what you need to do though is you need to do it yourself. It has to be something personal for you, and it has to be what we discovered, that a sword is a sword. It's not a tool, and that takes it in your own hands manually and takes it away from the Bustling World, so you can choose to do it. So I guess like free will is that
Break it
something?
down. No, break it down even further. You're stripping destiny away. You're stripping free will away. You're stripping
Yeah,
choice away. You're breaking it down past the level of instinct.
right.
What is past instinct? What is past muscle memory? What is past fight or flight with sword
Yeah.
in hand? What does that look like? And if you can figure out what that is, you can feel that there is something there.
Okay.
But that's really hard because people are so complex, and to strip all of those layers away, you have to know which each layer it is.
I mean, we could go all the way down to being a dream, but let's not do that per se. I don't want to.
A little bit of meta knowledge there.
Well, well, to be fair, Matt, answers a pie is connected with that.
Mhm.
I just didn't want to activate answers a pie.
Cheers. And it's not that. I'll give you
Yeah.
a knowledge branch on that one. It's definitely not that.
Yeah,
We're not that deep.
We're not that deep. And free will or willpower alone is akin, I suppose, but it's not. I don't think the word I'm looking for here. Um, and it could be something aligned with purpose, or your reasoning. What made you make this choice?
You get your
Something
past reason.
ingrained. Yeah, past reason.
Yep. You're past the realm of conscious thought. You're actually trying to push past unconscious thought and unconscious action. And if you can find the step below the unconscious and the instinctual, you arrive
Okay.
at something.
I'm going to dwell on that at a different time now that I have the knowledge and go on to the last one. Unless I
Okay.
need it to be within this this
Nope.
epiphany. Okay, because
No,
I feel like
you're
I,
in the
I
middle
feel
of a
like I have
divination.
it. I feel like I have it, but it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the middle of a divination. I mean, this is just you using your connection with fate bonds to divine answers where they
Yeah.
would normally be hidden.
I am
And
favored after all.
you are, and you're able to read the way fate bonds communicates. Because
Mhm.
imagine you're just a normie looking up at this vision. There's a night sky. There's some flickering stars, and then one explodes into a shower, and you're like, I don't understand.
Looks pretty.
Yeah. And Fate Bonds is going, oh, this fucking idiot. What do you mean you can't understand my very cool, very clever answering of your questions? You do not have that problem. So the third one is kind of a shadow in comparison to the others. It still shines,
Mhm.
but it is nowhere near the bright light of achievement or attainment that the first two streaks of light have. Very strange. But you did put a sword enlightenment on it. Before we get too far, add yourself one sword power to your maximum for your previous sword enlightenment used. A
Plus one sword
whole
power.
single sword power. So this last little streak, you feel that there is a connection to the shadow trees.
Right.
They will be your muse, but also your destruction. You have to ride the fine line of interacting with them to reach some unique level of perspective. Otherwise, you'll just waste your time here and achieve nothing.
Right.
The other sensation you get from your sword enlightenment is you know you're on the right path when it is no longer safe to experiment.
Okay, so I'm gonna get an FYI, like, hey, this is it, kind of thing.
Well, based off of that, you can surmise that if you mess with the shadow trees,
Mhm.
they do nothing at all in response. They are inert. They don't care. They just exist.
Yeah.
Unless you are starting to reach or have reached the attainment of perception of the third missing piece. That's when the trees are no longer benign.
Oh,
And that means you're on the right track.
okay, okay. Um, you know, that resonates something similar to the moon cutting opportunity, and the fact that I can see, past the veil that the moon had. Um, hmm.
Any other resources you want to throw at this for additional information, or do you think you got it?
Um, so I am going to throw another Destiny fragment on this last one. But I think so. what I'm going to try and do is introduce the So here's my thought process. So fate, the destiny fragment is out. The points are in my hands. I manipulated and I molded around to be a to expand upon what the trees are on this path. They, I mean, they don't have rules attached to them in the same sense that we do on the path. They supersede, in a sense. Um, so I suppose what I want to use the destiny fragment for is what does it mean? What does it mean? I'm trying to remember that name the trees had. It was all the way back in our prelims. Because we know they're path devouring, but maybe that's only Chun Po's tree. I thought it was something similar to all four. Um, uh, how about this? We'll use it to introduce a clue when we're doing the um, interacting with the shadow itself, not necessarily within the divinity of this question, but a clue to when actually interacting with the shadows. A moonlight per se to shine upon it. Something I could pick up that won't get taken by the shadow tree. So, in essence, use the peak narrative to introduce a new situation or a new clue later on. Because I can't think of what I wanted to really say about the trees. It's mostly just it comes back to the path teaching that we learned. That's where my headspace is at it, least, of making their own rule set upon the path. The truth and the falsity of it all. Anyway, okay, that's it for me then. Okay. I used the destiny fragment, so let's do 2 to 10. 8 and 9. We shall. That's 6 currently for that, and I used 3 there, which is fine. I've got 1 back, so that should be 9. Okay. I've gotten everything out of this so far. Sublayer will come back to himself. Oh, that was lovely. Chun Po, did you get a look at the sky?
I believe. I think I did, but lovely. I'm not sure I saw what you saw.
No, probably not. Oh, all right. Well, Chun Po, one of the 2 that are remaining are about the shadow trees. We should talk to Liron about that.
I tie some red string. All right.
The other aspect is something deep within ourselves. And it's kind of hard to explain. It's mostly what's past instinct, what's past the fight or flight. Why does our body move the way it does? When we're doing these things.
So why we move the way we move, or why does our body choose to fight or flight?
Not why our body decides to do these things. It's mostly just breaking it down. I mean, it could just be the cells within our body. They react on memory. And what they remember.
When we get into the memory of cells, that's a interesting path to go down, because theoretically there's levels of our ancestry being a part of our cells' memory. Or
Oh,
our
you mean like
DNA's memory.
bloodline? Yes, of course.
Yeah. Because technically, whether or not you want to look at it as a more broader sense of our ancestors learned how to walk, and that's been taught since, or our cells, what was it? I can't remember. There is a bug that is in our sweat pores that we're born with, and they stay there, and they have kind of like fused themselves to us, and over the years we've just kind of like, they are a part of us now. And so in that regard, what was memory turned into not photosynthesis, but like metamorphosis. Not exactly that either. That changes yourself. Symbiosis, that's the proper word. And then evolution into just ourselves, or what we would quantify as ourselves. We don't really think about the bugs that are in our skin that are fused to us. I swear to God, it's real.
No, that's fine. I'm more or less trying to think of. I feel like what you're trying to say is symbiosis.
Yes. Well, yeah, and the aspect of memory within ourselves, and yeah, it's like in between bloodlines and between things becoming symbiosis with us so much that they are us. And let's see, the ability for our white blood cells to know how to fight anything because they've broken down all the basic compounds, and if they come across it, they know how to fight theoretically anything.
Here's a question for you, Chun Po.
Yes.
Do you think, as a baby, without having any experience, do you think a baby would know what fight or flight is?
I think they would understand the concept of flight more than anything. I think that enough flight happening, you would get fight out of the baby eventually.
Do you think these
Uh,
things need to be taught first?
It
A teaching?
is technically the teaching of them, I think, is a level of, you fly until you either can't, or flying has become less effective than fighting. I think there's a level of, I need to fight now, that you at least fight back. But I have also seen some animals that were tiny babes in the wild that more or less were picked up and knew they were going to be food. And there's a level of defeat in their eyes. But let's see. I don't believe that you need to know. I don't believe you need to learn fear per se. I think fear is innately a part of the human being, and fear creates flight. I don't know if that's a wrong way of describing it, but that's how my brain easily could comprehend that.
Let's bring these to Liron and see how he's doing.
Dude,
Has much time passed?
at least a vision.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and roll your starting investigation into the material.
Well, this
Mr.
thing lasts for a while, and
Oh yeah,
we'll start with an artifice check.
sure.
Gonna throw some extra effort into that.
Nice.
Ooh. Okay, it's still good. Still not 100.
What's your approach?
As much as it pains me, I am going to be listening to the sound it makes when I hit it with a piece of metal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you bonk it, that terrible sound is off of it. You will take critical damage times 10 equal to the number of degrees of success you had.
Oh dear.
So that should be 510 critical damage.
Yeah, see,
Unless you have shenanigans or adamantine
do.
pathfinder, that would help.
Got a good amount of critical health, but let's see.
Oh,
Don't have anything in my adapt. I was hoping to be able to. Would that hit a health state if I had one?
Oh, so 10. I can give you a -150, my friend. That's the
The
only
health
thing I can
state
do for you.
will trigger here if you want the health state to trigger. That's what they're for.
Yeah, I want the health state to trigger.
It is one instance of damage, so you'll lose your temp health state for the session.
Okay, good.
That's for the day. That's every rest.
For the day.
Okay,
just
okay.
blow up your temp every day.
I could. I guess, technically.
Do we hear this just awful sound?
Off
Or are
in the
we too
distance,
far?
yes.
Okay.
There's this little keening noise that you never want to hear again. Take the worst sounds you can possibly imagine, make them worse, combine them together, and then make that worse. Nails on the chalkboard does not even come close. You feel that you would go mad having to listen to this for any longer.
Ugh. What opportunity does that one show?
The sound?
I guess.
You're
That
pretty sure
sounds
that
like
has
it'd be
nothing to do with
unpleasant.
opportunities of talent. That probably has everything to do with him playing with the railway.
It's an opportunity.
It's something.
So what did he learn?
A new sound, hopefully.
Right. That. Repeat that. The headset is being a little spotty today. Hello.
Liron's not talking.
Oh, did I learn anything from this?
This is as close to the rebel frequency as you can get in material form. And it is paradoxically, when triggered, it doesn't shake itself apart.
Do I learn this
Like-
sound, or am I like getting closer to learning it? Kept getting this?
You can choose to learn it. You're not sure you want to. The rebel frequency was kind of a miraculous coup d'etat that of just, you have it, you know its sound,
Good luck.
but every time you use it or try or think about it or even consider it, it starts to grievously harm you than anyone else that you're projecting it. If you add this frequency with the rebel frequency, they're not going to play nice with each other.
Okay. That's good to know. I'm not gonna learn it then.
You have
I guess-
two like apex level disharmonious frequencies. They will never play well with each other. But you could forget the rebel frequency and learn this one.
The rebel frequency is kind of important right now for what I'm doing.
It is, yes.
A little bit. So we're not gonna forget the rebel frequency.
This is a marvel of engineering. Like, especially by cultivator standards.
Okay.
Yeah, the material shouldn't work at all, let alone hold shape, let alone project a resonance. It should destroy itself at the slightest vibration. It should destroy all of the surroundings in a catastrophic way, leaving a ruinous environment. Everything about this that you know it should do, it's not. It has a controlled release burst of how its effects are applied when the train runs across it. It doesn't shake itself apart. It doesn't destroy the environment other than the specific zone meant for quarantine. The two rails don't fight each other. Like, it is wild.
All right. Other studying can I do? This isn't just artifice, but I guess what can I learn about artifice here? I would like to use an artifice enlightenment with looking at these rails. Kind DM.
Hmm.
Would like to use an artifice enlightenment as well
Okay.
here.
What are you aiming it at, or are you just looking for general knowledge?
So this is mostly a passive construction,
Mhm.
I suppose. I'm just trying to learn how to make something like this without moving parts and what sort of techniques these people used, at least in the artifice portion, to
Okay.
make an object that works every time and doesn't require, like, it's passive. Doesn't require input energy other than, I guess,
In earnest,
striking it.
the first thing you can come up with is it requires far more mastery in artifice than making an active component.
Hmm.
The first thing to observe is they picked a train because the way the rails resonate, one rail would be catastrophic. Two, going off at the same time with the way the train rolls over them, they vibrate like a tuning fork, which you are very familiar with, but a very long one, a very goofy one. And when the frequencies hit each other in the middle, it doesn't catastrophically amplify each other. They actually disperse each other,
Okay.
which means they're not built identical. Each rail is slightly different in construction so that the frequencies do not become harmonious and resonate with each other and amplify. They're slightly off tune, just imperceptibly so. When they collide, the frequencies, using wave frequencies, basically clash and kind of disperse the wave function, which creates that ambient projection of that vibration.
Okay.
That's one of the steps. The wood underneath is the other secret player here. The wood here, for the planks that the rail sits upon, is not benign in any way. That is a very special type of wood, and you're pretty sure it also has a Dow defense, a very specific and special Dow defense in each plank. All identical, which means they cut down a really big ass tree for this, so that they're all from the same tree with the same Dow point, same property,
Okay.
same everything. So the wood itself acts like a dampener. And it only needs to endure the destructive frequency when the train rolls over the rail for a fraction of a second before the two sounds collide and then dampen. So these are just soaks, so that the frequency doesn't just travel into the ground and upheave the earth. The train is also probably pretty damn special because when it rolls over, it probably has
It doesn't get destroyed.
it doesn't get destroyed. And it probably, when it does go, they have it move at a very specific speed, at a very specific time of year, considering temperature, moisture, speed, other extraneous noise. It's engineered to a T. This is more built in the Western style. It's based off of engineering, mathematics, science, and technology, rather than the Eastern approach of understanding, knowledge, mysticism. It's also why it's so gosh darn effective against an Eastern style cultivation tree. This is a very conceptual style tree, and it usually goes one of two ways. It either overpowers the Western style or is completely suppressed by the Western style approach, depending on how much effort and forethought is put into the design. So the train rolling over the tracks also probably lends to a specific vibration that is channeled through it. Probably something pretty gentle too, which then leaves this lingering effect that not only lasts for years, since they don't have to run the train all the time, but also marks people that come in and out, so that they can't just go up and over the rail, and people can't bring fragments of the shadow tree out. So it marks
Mhm.
people. So a huge amount of engineering and artifice went into this. Now, the material aspect, that's where you kind of fall short. That's where material specialists and blacksmiths come in. There's also, you're definitely sure, an array at work. The way the tracks would be lined up would form an array. And you're not sure where refining went into, but for a product like this, refiners were definitely part of design. This was probably an all hands project from all the different disciplines.
Okay, okay. Hmm. Well, these tracks are probably not going to teach me much more other than how to kill myself faster. So I gathered that from what I learned there. I could learn more, but I don't think following the tracks is a good idea. Been told not to do that.
So what you do, you learn the sound and you put yourself on the taking tree and then use the sound and see which one fails a Dao battle first.
I already have a sound that's really good at doing that type of thing.
Never mind. But if you want to kill yourself faster, go for it.
Oh yeah. Only 500 critical damage, you know.
Totally shake offable.
Once a day, I guess, technically. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna go find y'all afterwards, and you're
We
probably
find
on your way to find
you.
me. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
you're
something
coming
I've
back. All
contemplated.
right.
Hey, Liron, I heard something I don't want to hear again. What are you doing?
Oh, I was hitting these rails with some metal, and oh boy, was it even worse over directly next to it.
You look
Felt
like you
like
almost died. You're looking good now, though.
oh yes, I'm pretty sure I did almost die. This is a marvel of engineering and artifice, and well, just about any discipline that you could be practicing, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I can tell. So,
So,
yeah, um, I prayed on the last two things, and my goddess so gracefully gave me a wonderful metaphor of what this opportunity is all about. Um, one of them is about the shadow trees. The other one is about what we do with our bodies, in a sense. What is the deep understanding of why we do the things we do? Um, and I mean, I don't think it's the Tao. I mean, the Tao's all around us. We understand that. But I don't think the Tao determines, or maybe it does. Maybe that is the answer. It's just Tao of why we do the things we do. Um, but yeah, at least I have a on track kind of solution in front of us. We just need to figure out what those two things are, and one of them is going to be interacting with the shadow trees like you did last time.
Oh, sure. What? You want me to? I don't know if I have enough qigong to interact further than I did.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm not asking you. I mostly want to talk to you about it. Um, I can do the interacting with my shadow qigong. I'm more trying to figure out the second um, thing of this opportunity. What is below technique? What is the derivative of uh, intuition? Um, what's past our fight or flight within our bodies that cause us to do these things, to react, to um,
Sure.
I don't think it's the Tao. I think that's all around us and within us, but I don't think every thing our body does is just because of the Tao. Um, Cellular memory is one thing that came to mind. Um, Teaching is another thing that came to mind of why we interact the way we do with our bodies. We've experienced, um, different ways and how we would ingrain ourselves.
Mhm.
Is it a flow of energy? Is that what really it comes down to? The flow of the energy within our bodies. It's not something to do with willpower. It's not our. It's something past the subconscious in a sense.
And the only way that I can think of it, when you said derivatives, I started thinking it mathematically, but I'm not sure. Because if we take derivatives of acceleration, we can get to velocity and then to uh, distance over time. But if we are taking the derivative of fight or flight, um, if we took that as instinct, then the change in velocity is acceleration. The change in fight or flight is. You see, I'm wondering whether or not fight or flight and instinct qualifies the same thing. I apologize if my method is confusing.
I mean, you're on the right track. We're pretty much you're looking at it in two different perspectives. You're trying to use that as a reference for yourself. It's completely fine. But we just want to go past fight or flight, right? We want to what's a deeper understanding of this?
Instinct?
What's past instinct? Instinct was actually one of the above fight or flight.
Then I guess just, well, if it were a level of control of your fight or flight or instinct, then it's second nature? Like it becomes second nature?
Just muscle memory, perhaps?
Memory was one of the things I thought about, but it didn't click with me. So I'm not going to say memories. It. What's past our cellular memory? Why? Why does it do the things it does? Why were we created this way?
Genetics.
Genetics, for sure. That's a baseline look at ourselves. I mean, we could get a little further and say it's the, subatomic particles of ourselves. It's stardust, in a sense.
True. I mean,
What about
Tree
fate?
Buddy would say all is but stardust to him, but that's just a tree.
Fate, perhaps?
Yeah, that was going to be my next thing, was either fate, destiny, depending on which path we want to walk on that line of thought. Something made us the way we are because it wanted us that way. Hell, you almost summoning a demon something or other in a sword tournament. I was surprised we didn't do that.
So I think these are more bigger things.
Yes.
We need to think about ourselves in this case. Because it's past the manual aspect of what we do with ourselves. It's something more akin to what you do with your body, Liron. But past that, you have full control of your mechanics.
Yep, that's completely manual, though.
Yes, exactly. But we're going to go deeper below manual. And it's not control, and it's not willpower.
Does willpower interact with it at all? Like the way that we've been describing it, instinct of fight or flight, but deeper than that. So just the ignition to any thought, like the startup, the that.
I mean, reactions, the closest thing I can think of.
Yeah, I think just straight reaction to something would be the next smallest thing, rather fight or flight. But is it wanting us to have trained reaction? Or
That's muscle memory, though.
exactly, we're ending in circles, I fear. And I also am not sure, how do we train, or not train, but this opportunity, how do we interact with the trees to create what we're trying to do?
Maybe we don't need to interact with the tree itself. For at least for this part, the third part, we're going to have to interact with the shadow trees for sure. But the opportunity itself should allow us to, well,
Do you
go
think this
deeper.
could be somewhat an aspect of passive? Or like the understanding of what is something that is a passive ability? Like below reaction, it's already going.
That's a good point, Chun Po. Maybe it hasn't clicked yet because I'm over on this side of the tracks and I have to be within the woods to understand these things.
How do the trees defend or passively defend against us with cow points? Or is that, I question whether or not it's a passive Dow point resistance effect. That's what it's trying to teach us.
The pondering still continues.
Me pondering my orb.
Or
You know-
tell me your secrets.
It might even be, but I feel like it's not passive because it's something to do with what's below manual in a sense.
I still think that kind of applies. You don't have to do anything with passives. They aren't manual. They're just on.
It's almost like a chemical reaction in a sense. It's
Yeah, yeah. Automatic reaction, I think, is which I still think is kind of the passive. Automatic reaction, fight or flight. You put your hand up to block something because your peripherals can tell that something's almost touching you, and so you react so quickly because otherwise you're gonna get hit in the face. But I still don't know how the heck to create that innate passive that just I don't know how the trees do it.
Maybe that's the subjective truth.
But I thought, well, I think, yeah, yeah, it could be the subjective truth that is the area of gray. So enforcing your own area of gray on a battle, that way they can't make it, that way your opponent can't make it black and white automatically.
Well, with our
Because
active
truth is-
application of Dow points, we were able to get through the passive one.
Yes. So having a passive one keeps us from being subjected to their subjective truth automatically? Or we're in their game at that point and we have to deal with their truths so soon? I'm not sure.
Liron, are you joining them on the other map, or is
Yes.
Lar and Poe joining? Okay.
I'm going to join them after they've come and got me.
Okay. I was like, which way are you guys going to be? All right, we
need
need
to be in
find-
the opportunity in order to really get all the answers.
We're technically in the opportunity right now.
Yep. Even the logging camp counts as part of the opportunity.
Well, I guess it didn't really matter then.
Need to be surrounded by the trees, get all the nature in me.
Don't you already have enough, Tree Buddy? He wants more.
I will have a forest before I'm over. Okay. Do you think that we study the trees as passives and see what it takes to create even simulate their passives?
I don't even know where to begin with that, though.
Me neither. We have a month. I think theoretically we call upon fate again at a different time, whether or not that's just once that's like that is the only time that Savalar can do that, or if we call upon like using science to try and I've tried to talk to trees. I'm not above it. I don't know what the right answer would be.
Hmm.
I do also just kind of want to double check real quick. Run, 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 run here. I'm just checking in on the giving tree, taking tree, and ants colony that was there. Just
Oh, you're
want to.
seeing
I'm fairly
someone-
certain it's empty, but double checking.
You will see. You have wandered. You want to go to the clearing again?
Just to see.
And these two guys aren't there, so we'll take them away.
You all see Chun Po run off, saying, "I'm gonna go check on and see if there's any special trees again."
Oh, he's got this, fam.
What has happened?
There is or isn't a good chance that I may be hanging from a noose.
You don't want that. Della 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 da.
Okay. There's another tree, guys.
Oh, and what is that?
Are you joining or just calling from the other area?
I'll join.
What about you, Mr. Lar?
Yep, I will.
Bloop and bloop.
My eldest just came in and told me that my youngest has taken some toys and bitten her. I will
Let's take
be.
that break.
Yeah, I'll be right
Take a
back.
break time.
Yep, let's take a break timer. Choo choo.
All right.
This new music?
Hollow Knight OST Resting Grounds. Yeah. That's almost certainly not great.
Not great. What do you mean not great?
For us, that is.
No. No, it's same music. But I suppose I could change it. Oh, you've convinced me. I'll change it. Because you have walked into this portion of the map. And now we play the big boy song. Big boy song. Are you ready?
No.
Oh. Well, do you not want me to play the big boy song then?
Oh, I'm not ready. You're
Oh.
asking if we're ready.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
Good.
Good? That's not ready.
I said, oh, good.
Oh, good. Yes, yeah, indeed. Okay. Hmm. I should probably go for another round of tea. What do you guys think?
Likely.
Yeah, probably.
He's good.
Yeah, tea's really good. What a wonderful day. It's delicious. What is this doing here? All right, tea is on the way. We just gotta wait for the kettle to do its work. All right. Much very nice. Very
It's a very
nice.
nice.
All right, I think you're ready. It's time. Boop.
Someone has activate the Luna Girl. I don't know why. I didn't hear anyone drive in. The Borkening has commenced.
The Borkening? Bark, bark. Okay. We'll kick back up right here then. When William gets back, he gets back. If he's not already here. There's another tree!
I guess I have to look at it with my eyeballs, don't I?
Perhaps.
Remember last time I looked at things with my eyeballs, and then someone called me a pervert. It was a hard time.
I have returned. I apologize for how long that took.
It's okay. We had a break.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know what this tree is.
I could know.
Could you?
Could you? Can you? Will you? Should you?
Could I? Probably not. Actually, I have different things on my mind.
Oh,
Sublar is going to sit down and meditate while you guys work on this tree problem.
Okay. I reach out with psi science to try and kind of get a vibe check for what the intentions of this tree are.
he's on vacation.
On vacation. Gotcha.
Yep. This is a very popular, important tree spot.
Nice.
Usually, whenever it's vacant or vacated, another tree is like, "Oh my god, the spot's open!"
Okay.
They probably even compete to get the spot for a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah. This one's leaves looks like roiling smoke from a poisonous fire.
Ooh.
And it kind of billows upward as the lip of the kind of the dome-like structure. The smoke billows from under and then flows up and over. But weirdly enough, it doesn't flow off into the sky like a huge plume or a pyre. It kind of flows back in on itself like a big mushroom cloud, endlessly.
What is your name, tree?
You can understand a little bit through Tree Buddy.
Mm-hmm.
This is a great place to get some sun and some water that's not always in competition. That's why it's a vacation spot. Also, you're bothering me.
Ah.
How am I supposed to be on vacation if I got cultivators eyeing me up and down?
Fair
I
enough.
can see your greedy, path-driven eyes. I will not go down so easily.
Well, I've seen the giving tree and the taking tree.
Well, those guys are assholes.
Even the giving
I
tree?
can Oh, hell yeah, he's even a bigger asshole.
Okay, so maybe I shouldn't have hung myself. Alrighty.
What? Why did you do that? That's give in to those dicks.
Yeah, that's the thing. It just looked like straight suicide, and it was very confusing. And part of me wondered if it was just trying to give me a gift, but it
Oh
looked
yeah,
like
a
death.
gift of get fucked.
Okay, I
Don't
wasn't an idiot.
listen to those short-rooted, branch stunted, leaf deficient assholes.
This guy's throwing a whole lot of shade.
Yeah, he does. He has a lot
Literally.
of shade that he can throw.
Literally.
Uh,
Um. So you're just chilling then?
Well, yeah, I don't pick on the weak. Don't you know that's a rule? The strong don't pick on the weak unless the weak pick the fight first. And those guys, they use their trickery to pick on the weak because they accepted it. Yeah, what a bunch of jerks.
Okay. Then that means that you are terrifying.
Yeah.
Um. Sorry for the intrusion.
Yeah. And as long as you don't, foolishly try and engage. I am one of the smaller trees, but I am one of the trees of destruction, so keep your distance. If you like breathing air, don't get close.
Okay. Um.
This Bustling World thing is going really well for me. Love this era. Whew. You guys burn so much shit. So much shit's lit on fire. It's great. Love you guys.
Hey. Chun Po will kind of like turn around and lean into the guys. Yeah, I don't think this area is supposed to be like giving us. This is an opportunity for a big fight. I don't know if there's a opportunity to learn here. This is a test your metal area.
It's a vacation spot. What? We don't want to be bothered.
I am so sorry that this is your vacation spot to not be bothered.
But we've had this forever.
How many people have come by bugging you on your vacation spot?
Too. And it's strange that it's happened twice in a row. Maybe this isn't the prime real estate anymore. I might have to tell the other trees, like, hey man, there are going to be some people that bother you.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about the shadow trees, would you?
The reach of the sovereign? Yeah.
Yes?
Oh yeah. He's kind of a big shot. We all want to
Bigger
grow
than
up to
you?
be as big and as powerful as that guy.
Okay.
He's a weirdo though. Like, he doesn't really like grow his own stuff. He borrows the stuff that is dead. So, dead roots, dead stumps, dead trees, branches, dead leaves. That's where he, makes his growth.
Hmm.
And a lot of people, especially you people, you humany, modern, cultivator, bustling world type of folk, once you get the thing you're looking for, you guys leave a lot of trash. Leave a lot of waste, a lot of thing left over. You guys hardly ever uproot the stumps and the root system underneath. So, and there's a lot of dead leaves, a lot of waste, which
Wouldn't
really accelerates death-based cultivation.
wouldn't the are you hold on. So you're strictly referring to waste as our excess that the shadow then takes.
Specific ones, mostly if it wants to expand, it expands on trees and tree roots.
What if
So
a
when you
shrine is made from we've done this before, but are you saying that we should actually rip up the roots, take every leaf, and leave nothing behind?
Yeah, if you don't want death cultivation to take root where you have left the door open. Like, if you leave the stump and the roots, the tree eventually dries out and dies. It's kind of like you guys decaying down to the bones. Well, you can do a lot with bones. You can do a lot with the desiccated husks of our fallen brethren. And, Mr. Shadow Sovereignty Man, that guy, he grows off the bones of the dead. So, I mean, a shrine there, that's a really smart idea. That'll keep him at bay because, well, that's a respect for the dead. And obviously you can tell you guys have no respect for anything. Everything is here as a harvest. Everything is a resource. Everything is a material. Everything is there for your taking. And that's where we, our version of tree, grow powerful. Because of you guys. The trees from the primordial age that survived the transition, they're dying out. You guys are cutting them down as you speak. Like in the clearing back there. Those are of the newer varieties, but a lot of them still are of nature. I am not of nature. I am in direct conflict with nature. I am the burning smoke from all of your civilization on fire. And I don't have to do anything. You guys light your own stuff on fire and kill and destroy and burn. And I love it. Keep it up. Do more of that. But we adapt. The trees that grow into sapling from a seed in this era can't survive by doing old practices. We have to be just as ruthless and merciless as you guys. And we have to utilize the bustling world too. And trees don't really do that. Trees are considered a resource to be cut down by a profession which is sponsored by the bustling world. But me, I'm not a tree to be cut down.
Wouldn't cutting you down destroy some of the fires of burning civilizations, though?
No, I don't affect that type of burning unless you light it on fire with a named fire. Then that's its own thing. But every house that burns up, every building that burns down, everything that is lit on fire that is an act of destruction and erasure feeds me. Cross the path, easy peasy. And there's a bunch of us who feed off
Okay.
of your behaviors. I don't exacerbate it or make it better or worse. That's just my cultivation. And you guys do it all for me. I don't even have to whisper to you guys anymore to do it. You guys just do it on your own. You guys do it better than ever I could imagine. I've grown big and strong very quickly because y'all. So keep it up. I wish I was a
Okay.
murder tree, though. Oh my god, I would be absolutely unstoppable.
I believe you'll figure your path out. Leans back into the group. Okay. I think we're on. Do you guys have any questions for this tree?
Why is it on fire?
I think that's just part of the food, part of it, part of that's kind of its thing.
Oh, pretty cool.
Yeah. You do be dope. Tree, do you know anything of the well, Tree, how do you create a passive defense or just a reactive effect that just happens? Yeah, maybe he didn't want to talk anymore.
What you want? Sorry, I was basking in my own glory. What's up?
How do trees passively create defenses against somebody else's truth.
Mm. Well, I can tell you, not that I care that you cut down the others. I'm not of nature, so it's not like I'm part of their team, so to speak. Well, it's kind of the same nature that you guys are built. You guys are ambulatory. We're not. There's a couple trees that are ambulatory, but picking up your roots and running along is like you guys taking your skeleton out and manually moving your skeletal feet and then putting the skeleton back in once you're done moving. It is a horrible experience. I've seen it happen. It is just screams of pain all the way. All the while you're starving of hunger and thirst, and you can't breathe very well. Oh, it is horrifying. So we have to come up with different ways of survival because we really shouldn't move. We have this fun little network system from an elder tree that we all get to borrow and go places, but they're fixed locations. Like here, I get pulled in, boop. And you can thank the Kaleidoscope Tree for that. They make tunnels everywhere for us to enjoy, and we kind of ride along. And he's figured it out. He's figured you all out. He will never die. You guys will go out of your way to protect him because he gives you goodies. Isn't that fun?
Yes.
Your greed is insane. Like, unbelievable. And you will
Well, is
do
truly
the most.
greed if it's a gift?
Yeah, it's not a gift. He doesn't gift it to you. You have to go up and take it, right?
Sure.
But if you take it, it's not like, no, you can't do that. Blah. No, it's you got it. Oh no, I lost it. Whatever shall I do? But you had to
That-
earn it, right?
So the Kaleidoscope Tree has some sort of mutually beneficial effect that he gives us the points and he likes that.
My guy, that's a byproduct of his cultivation. When you reach a certain level of cultivation, you produce byproducts from success. Why do you think all the Kaleidoscope trees are different? If he needs a specific resource, he grows a shoot, and then that shoot is a special mutation, like the one you punched earlier, because I got to see that hilarity. He needed kinetic impact energy for a specific growth, a specific attainment. You helped him. And in return, oh, look, fruit! It's like a prize raining from the sky. I put in a little bit of effort, and I'm rewarded. It's the most
Still
brilliant
greed.
scam I've ever seen.
Gotcha.
And the more he attains and the more success, the wider variety of fruit he produces, which just then leads into his fame and legend. We all look up to him. He is the GOAT, to use one of your terms, greatest of all time.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Even the sovereigns are like, nah, this guy's untouchable, man. I wish I could learn how to do what he does.
I'm trying to comprehend why he needs cultivation, but
Well, that's the
I,
thing.
yeah.
With a big tree, sometimes you just need to cultivate just to maintain what you got. The amount of resources it takes to exist, once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you need batteries. You need like constant fuel intake, just like you guys eat food, just like we drink water and eat the nutrients from the soil and air around us, the sun in the sky. Like, we all need a huge amount of resources, right? You guys do too. What if that stuff doesn't sustain you anymore? What if you need to drink oceans every day just to exist? Doesn't work, right? So, how do you not destroy the home in which you exist in, also while maintaining your current health? Well, you gotta get
Cultivate.
creative.
Thank you for the insight on what the Kaleidoscope Tree actually does.
He's tricked you all with goodies.
Goodies indeed they are.
And the thing is, they're earnest goodies. They're not like poisoned unless they're actually like a poison fruit or whatever. But they're not contaminated. They're the real deal, which is why his scam works so well. You guys seek out the Kaleidoscope Tree every which way he could possibly be. Fight the guardians and anything protecting it. Rip the fruits from his branches. And he doesn't even have to try that hard. You guys see a Kaleidoscope Tree, right? And you're like, ah, it's a Kaleidoscope Tree. Let's get some goodies, right? That's the first thing that runs through your head?
Not the last thing that runs through.
I'm not going to say no to that.
Right. So you guys are conditioned. Anytime you see a Kaleidoscope Tree, there is wealth to be found there. There are goodies. There are things that I can have if I put in a little bit of effort. That's wild that he figured that he could do that. Of course, he has to produce legitimate resources for you to claim.
It has to be something worth it for us to keep playing.
And for you to be conditioned in such a way that you immediately see a Kaleidoscope Tree and go, ah, loot. Harvest. Wealth. Strength. Power.
Take.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah, no matter how much you take, he always gets more. A lot more. I don't know how he does it sometimes, though.
Okay. I'm not, or looking back at the guys, I'm not sure that this tree is going to be beneficial to finding the other two opportunities any more than he has already. Do appreciate the
Oh.
information.
Is this what this has become? An opportunity site? Oh, shit. No wonder you guys are here. Oh, man. Yeah, I'll have to let the others know. An opportunity site is... Are you guys the approximate level?
That's
Maybe.
a great question. Maybe.
Of like, this is around where you're supposed to take this opportunity? Because if it's your power levels, I think the majority of us will be safe. Because you're young in your journey and you haven't developed particularly sharp fangs yet.
I can tell you that the taking tree damn near killed me.
Well, he's an asshole. Of course he does. Of course he will.
I think we might be above the curve for this opportunity. I'm not really quite clear. We were taken here by we had to backtrack to come here with a group of people who are all probably above the curve.
Well, if you guys are above the curve, then I guess none of us have really anything to worry about. It's not like you're going to chop any of us down. Only trees of a specific cultivation tier can use the transport system.
I don't think that we are any threat to those trees. I don't. Yeah. I
Hey,
don't
what do you
think.
mean by those trees? Huh?
The ones that tried to murder me.
Oh yeah, okay. Those assholes. That's what you meant. Okay, no problem.
Technically, we did beat the woodcutter ants that appeared in the spot.
Wait, there's woodcutter ants? Yeah.
They know that that's a spot, but we completely destroyed the scouting party. But if that is of knowledge to you that you would like to know, there was a scouting party of woodcutter ants recently.
I mean,
We
the
destroyed it.
only thing worse would be army ants. Woodcutter ants are bad. Fuck. I'll have to think about it. Fortunately, they too require the air to breathe. I think I can subdue them with that.
Let's go. Just gonna come out right and ask, do you know any secrets for this opportunity that we are searching for?
You're looking for stuff? I don't know.
Thank you for your time. I am ready to leave. Anybody
I'm
else
just
want
on
to ask?
vacation.
Yeah.
Hey, burn stuff down for me, okay? Like civilization, let it burn. Let the smoke rise. Woo! Destruction.
I am definitely going to have to kill a lot of things, so I think burning things down along the way will happen.
All right. Don't feed the murder tree. Feed destruction. Feed the fire.
How many of you are there?
Well, the problem with us trees, we're usually one of a kind. Because, well, we all pull from the same path, and competition is really, really fierce for a specific resource. I think the only duplicates are the murder varieties, the ones that feed off of the death of others, or the killing of others, or the massacre, or like any of that stuff. There's only one of me, but there are other trees of destruction. There's one in particular that's doing really well. He's contamination of the land. So the more contaminated the land is by pollutants and destruction and, well, waste, stronger he gets. You guys just can't help yourselves.
What I hate is that destroying you wouldn't even get rid of the thing that you're cultivating.
Exactly. I'm just a byproduct of your collective bad decisions. And I'm all for it. What? We're the new generation. We're the new breed. Those
I'm
trees that are surrounding you, those wonderful forests and jungles, they either have to get with the fucking program and be like the devouring tree forest, which I think I see a little bit of, residing in your body, or they're prey. You guys will cut them all down eventually, or destroy them in big invader battles, and yeah, eventually there won't be any more trees, except for the kinds like me. And we will be big and tall and strong, and by the time you guys realize we're a threat, we'll just sit here and go, what are you going to do now? But I'm the least of your worries. The sovereigns are going to be the ones that you guys will have to worry about down the line. And, yeah.
How exactly has the Kaleidoscope Tree not just taken over? How's the goat not just conquered?
Choice.
Fair enough.
He's pretty
Okay.
chill. There are other trees
Now,
that are not.
I truly have no other questions now. At least I don't believe. Does anybody else have questions?
Well, if you've been communicating what has been said, no, not
Yes.
really.
Okay. I wave to the calamity tree, the burning calamity tree.
Changed my headset battery. It gave me the beeps of doom. Doom!
Comrades, compatriots, cultivators.
I have replaced
Yes.
the battery.
Nice. Is there a sickness on the path?
Are you talking back to the tree again?
No, this one's to Liron and Savalar.
And Lar is meditating.
Right.
Or sickness on the path. What do you mean?
Is this how a not just a tree, but like it feels not the path is evolving, but I think it is. That as we go, we are turning our world into, or we are turning the path into something horrendous. Something. Not everyone was supposed to be a cultivator, and that still hurts to consider. But so far, cultivators seem to be a bit of the issue.
Hmm.
Are we the problem? That tree
Nah.
exists. That tree feeds on the burning of civilization and the burning of everything that we use, even to benefit ourselves. And he mentioned how we just leave the dead behind. Should we try to focus on our recycle?
Respect, perhaps?
Respect, recycle, honor, no waste left behind, or any waste that is left gets used to its fullest.
Suppose.
I think
If you want
that
to take the
has
time for that, that would be stopping and smelling the flowers as well for you.
I, I think it also has to deal with the shadow tree and the opportunity of how to deal with the shadow tree is respecting memory and I believe stopping and smelling the flowers because I'm just like, yeah, no, when we stop and smell the flowers, we find trees like that show us that everything, we're kind of burning everything. We aren't being
True.
kind.
Is kindness what we're looking for, though?
Not being kind gives fuel to the enemies of the future.
Well, then, perhaps we should just be prepared for those enemies instead of
How do
avoiding
you
something that is what appears to be inevitable, considering we're not the only ones doing this.
That is fair. And advocates of war, I'm sure, are burning all kinds of things down or just pummeling it into dust. I don't know. So, is cultivation then just one person saying, I, or my truth is this, and they just have to be strong enough to make it to where the truth encompasses the entire path and they are the one being that their word matters? And so there's no other truth left?
Hmm.
Sorry, high concept things. Dreamer
Honestly, don't know.
brain goes big.
Well, wouldn't Riveth have been the most powerful, making the only truth victory?
So the fight isn't. The fight is the cultivation. Victory is the reward. Cultivating victory is the truth that we all believe to the power that. Ah, fuck. My brain went. I was following a path and then I'm just like, nope, you're going down the wrong way. Um, I think chasing victory will get us closer to something we want, I think. I'm going to stop talking about all of that. I do believe that the shadows have to deal with memory and our waste and recycle. and I do believe that the derivative of fight or flight is some sort of creating a passive ability of some sort. But I don't really know how. What would you like to do, Liron?
Well, I've already studied my artifice to the extent that I want to, and Lar seems to be on the verge of, well, an idea of some variety for what we could have learned here. Perhaps we should rest and wait?
Well, that's very well possible. The they told us not to rip up the roots because it would make it to where there's a shadow encompassing all of the land, right?
Sword Elder said that the roots help trap it in a certain form.
But does it?
I'm not sure. That's what they said, though. Which they've been here for a while, so kind of hard to say if they're incorrect.
If you if you let a tree grow to the highest that it could, and you tore it all down, ripped it up, used every bit, took out every root, made sure that there was no leaf left over. Was it even there in the first place?
Brutal.
I mean, it's the only thing that I can think of, like a level of the shadow of it. I think halvesies would say the life was lived, but everything got destroyed. So, was it? Was it lived? Was it there? The only thing that would be left over would be the pieces that have turned into the ingredients. But it's still technically a death, so I can see where the shadow tree gets it. But the shadow tree can only form the shadows when there's just a dead body left over. And while the shrine slows it down, it doesn't stop it. I would feel very, very poorly of myself to rip up a shrine that I put in the world.
Sure. But that was us solving the problem in that way. Ripping it up would be desecrating it, I suppose, which might make things a lot worse.
I think we need to use even the leaves. And like the roots stay there in the stump. We use the stump to make the shrine. Oh hell, I do not know.
Though I do know what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna go make a shrine out of the small tree that I cut down.
Wise. I will go back to my shrine as well, and I want to meditate on the shadows, I guess.
Liron, before we hippity hoppity back kitty on over, you've been bad for a bit. Meditating patiently, seemingly. Lar.
Other L.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I have to do this to you, Matt. To make you deal with two L's in the party.
I will somehow manage, cope, and maybe one day I'll overcome the trauma.
So Savaler has been meditating on the second point of this opportunity. Uh, and I think the best way to do it is to uh, look inwards, as that is part of what he's doing in the first place, of what's been described. Um, and I think really what it comes down to is intent. Um, and what you do with that is what I've been really thinking about.
Is
Um,
intent a thinking process?
what about killing intent?
Again, is intent instinctual or thinking? Like what
Uh,
tier of the mind is that?
I suppose it is thinking.
Yeah, intent's a pretty complex
Hmm,
mental construct. And below
got you.
that would be instinct, way further down the chain. You need to go below instinct. Intent is a thought with purpose.
Hmm. Uh, and that's kind of why I thought to myself to look internally at like my key channels, for example, and the
Sure.
body and how that interacts.
Yeah.
Uh,
As you sit to meditate in this space, though, you can hear kind of a gentle crackling of fire in the distance.
mhm. I figured that would be something my named flame would be interested in.
Yeah, he's kind of dancing along to a banger, like some sort of like song of flame that you don't really know the melody to, other than just the overnotes. But your name flame is like, oh my gosh, this is an amazing song. This is a banger. Wow. But the more you try and meditate, the louder that flame comes, and then there are sparks of visions of people throwing torches on houses and cultivators breathing fire into places and setting it ablaze, or grand battles and the sheer collision of energy between two cultivators destroying and bringing to an inferno the nearby cities. And it just
Hmm.
keeps more and more vivid, more and more intense, these whispers of destruction flowing alongside the billowing smoke.
I'm gonna check
And then
on
when
my name flame, make sure it's okay. Make sure
yeah,
it's not being
he's
overwhelmed.
dancing. He's like, "Dude, this I didn't think this song could get better." And he's rocking out. And then when you kind of defocus, you kind of hear the whispers of like fire, smoke, destruction. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Nope, I wasn't trying to mess with your meditation at all. No, not at all.
Feel like the
Ah,
name flame is like head banging to Rage Against the Machine or something. Just
Burn It to the Ground by Nickelback.
nice.
But yeah, meditating next to a powerful tree will potentially have them whisper an influence at you.
that's fair. Um, I'm used to working against my willpower aspect, especially with the two wisps.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
so this isn't anything. I guess it's different, but it's still within the same ballpark of your mental faculty aspects. Um, and I was more interested too of the vacation spot and how it affected the trees and why they'd come here in the first place. But Savalair will get up and um, head out and let the tree be beside itself. and Sablar will leave.
See you around. Make sure to light things on fire. Path has become a little strange.
Savalar are we all out?
Yep.
Savalar, what do you think of the concept of the path is not well?
Which path in particular, I suppose? The earthly one we're on now?
I believe so. It seems everywhere we go, there's plenty of destruction or a taint that somebody picks up. And if a strong cultivator is the reason that something, I can't find a cause for why beings like that tree, not so much that they exist, he's existing because he's adapting to the world around him. But if the world around him are cultivators that act like that, then there's a problem, I think. It's just something that's bugging me. I will be right back. I smell something that I don't think I should be smelling.
Which is probably something burning.
Yeah, yeah. Damn that
Hurry!
tree!
Quick! Quick!
Sablar is going to sit on the log and begin meditating again.
Okay.
Going back into energy flow. And just more or less observing his inner workings.
Yeah. Things are moving along. It's actually really strange. Normally, even if you're just a normal person, you can kind of dial down your outward awareness and focus it inwards and become, somewhat aware of how things are going on the inside, but you never can just like open up your mind and just analyze the flow of your internals the way you can now. Being a cultivator is strange.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, things are moving along. Nothing too concerning.
It's okay. I'm more or less trying to figure out this problem in my head. It's really like part of it comes down to um, the movement of your body when you do the derivative of fight or flight. There is a energy flowment or energy movement. There is a jolt. There is electricity. There is this energy inside of us that has movement. Uh,
Uh, why don't you roll me a perception roll for further analyzation?
yeah, I can do that.
Not bad. Looking through it. Your sword energy is moving kind of through your body like molten, like magma. No, it'd be lava. Magma's when it comes out of the yeah, molten lava, just rolling through, kind of that slow but inevitable like power. Whereas your ki moves through your body like race cars, constantly moving as fast as it can.
Jump
But
gates within the yeah.
but it's not really going anywhere other than fast. It doesn't have the depth or the potency or the solidity that the sword power does. In fact, it's almost like pushing steam or gas through pipes. It's very ephemeral.
I mean,
But
there's
oh boy,
pressure
does it move
for you.
fast.
Yeah.
Which causes no like pressure on the meridians or the key channels, because there's not really much substance, which causes no fatigue or damage or strain on the internals. But that flowing sword power, though, you can feel its power just by observing it move. And it doesn't care to even try and match the racing ki. It's slow and inevitable. It's power absolute. And of course, behind it all, your blood pumping, pumping, pumping. Look at it go. Faithfully as it possibly can. You can also kind of detect the intake of breath, how your body turns that into power. Yeah. It's interesting the way it works. Normally you would breathe in and it would just fill your lungs. Your lungs would then disseminate that resource throughout the body. But the air here is filled with this ambient energy. And so the lungs have nowhere to put it. So the body pushes it to, usually when you breathe it, you would breathe it out normally because you can't use it. But the formation of the Diantian, it acts like almost like a magnet. So when you breathe it in, your lungs are deep and they go all the way down to like the lower parts of the rib or the rib cage. So the lungs are pretty big. And so it doesn't have to go very far for that energy to be leached out of the lungs into the Jianshin. In fact, there's a lot of energy moving in and out every time you breathe, right around the space between your Jianshin and your lungs at all times. You're pretty sure you can make it even better. Make it so that the lungs can intake the energy directly into the circulatory system, and the circulatory system then also spins it through the body, wraps into the Diantian, and then out. Or at least runs, as it circulates through the bloodstream, it then connects and siphons it all the way into the key channels. There's a lot of things you could do. You just have to figure out what you want to do with your own body. Would have to be some sort of sophisticated breathing technique. How you intake the energy and process it, and how you cycle it through your body. Kind of
Like
fun
a
to
breathing technique.
yeah, breathing technique. Yeah.
I came back. There was smoke, but it was just one of the adults with some tweed. So I'm glad it wasn't my children. But yeah, I was just like, the fuck. But Savalard, were you meditating and thinking on the internals and the derivative of fight or flight?
Yep, still doing that. I just sat down on a tree instead and breathing in and out of this this energy all around us.
Okay. Chun Po will sit at the shrine of Sturdy Lad and meditate for a while on what was left over and what can be considered recycling death and honoring life, or the complexity of is tearing everything up at the root feeding the shadow, or is creating I have no idea what other than recycling everything and trying to put a better use to it. So I believe Chun Po will gather up every leaf that he can and use science if needed to try and identify this was Sturdy Lad's leaf. This was a Sturdy Lad's leaf.
Yeah. All these leaves would be Sturdy Lads, mostly because other trees are nowhere in near proximity that would have leaves.
Okay.
So the closest guy would be this guy. So maybe some wind blew it over, but any leaves on the ground probably should be picked up anyways.
Chun Po internally asks the question, is turning this into an ingredient of something respect, or because like Chun Po is very conflicted with what the level of harvesting, what is considered I felled you and so I have a right to use this now, versus you were a worthy enemy and I am showing that enemy respect, and I have no idea what combats the shadow, or even if I am supposed to combat the shadow. But Chun Po takes all of the leaves and I create some sort of, well, if I'm allowed just string and a needle or a stick even, and I will kind of like create a, what would it be? Basically leaves on a string and kind of string them up nearby, near the shrine in the best way that I can say, paying respects, like similar to just having the memory there, whether it's wrapping it around the axe head and the handle. He wants to incorporate it into the shrine itself.
You mean the one? Oh, you're building one, and you're not referring to this shrine down here, right?
Oh, no, no. Like, I left a axe head in Sturdy Lad and basically mimicking because I didn't know how to create a shrine.
Sure.
Then Chun Po, I think, will ask for just the Bustling World's guidance, is how I would put it. Is this
Chop. You get that. You get that nice, sturdy, industrial, take every resource like instinct roll through you.
I fight that instinct?
It goes away immediately.
Okay.
But that's how the Bustling World feels about it. Chop it all down. Fuck this place.
Is the Bustling World part of the reason that the world is how it is?
Most likely. Yeah.
The Bustling World allowed me the pinnacle or helped me in the pinnacle opportunity to figure out what I needed. But it could be an enemy to one of the other points, or it could be very counterintuitive to another point. Um, I feel like it's close, but I don't know what steps to take to, other than the shrine honors memory and fights off the shadow. And if the shadow is the culmination of all of the dead things that were strewn about and forgotten and left over and not recycled, then it is the anger and hunger of all that have died that weren't respected or weren't put to rest. And so it's a restless hunger, but I'm speculating at this point. I really
For
wish
the
my
Bustling
ramblings.
World, yeah, there's a potent restless hunger that rolls through the path.
I was
You're
talking more of the shadow tree, but
Oh yeah,
understood.
that too. Yeah, the shadow tree. It's kind of not quite a restless hunger, but an inevitable,
Hmm.
you know, approach. This is not a. This is a tree that is all about waiting, which is such against the Bustling World. It would be considered a nemesis. It is so completely opposite. Because the Bustling World's all about action now. Waiting sucks. This tree is all about waiting game. I'm inevitable. I am like death. Or through death. I spread.
There has been a lot of death in this forest.
Yeah.
The giving tree, the taking tree, the woodcutter ants, the calamity burning, or burning. I'm just calling it burning calamity tree, but
It's a pretty dark part of the forest.
Chun Po still considers whether or not planting a tree is a better use, or if
Yeah.
that serves anything in this opportunity.
It'll probably be cut down eventually here. Maybe if you plant it somewhere else, it might have a better chance.
Yeah.
On the flip side, you do feel that hunger, that that uh, that emptiness, that the Bustling World. It's kind of like tastes more like ambition, goals, drive. People things. To yearn for something, to always have more. Very rarely do you get a sense of like satisfaction. In fact, you hardly ever get a moment if you attune to the Bustling World and listen. There's never a moment in which you actually have satisfaction.
A very useful tool in specific ways, but just as devouring as everything else. Speaking of, why the hell were these things locked in the cabin? Chun Po's thinking of the items. It's some weird oddity that sticks out. I don't know why the hell anything would be locked away, hidden in the cabin. Especially these things. I find it odd that it gives you any one devouring. Chun Po is going to try and meditate on memory, respect, honor, recycling, the opportunity, and see if there's anything that can connect the dots. And I will do that for 3 days. Is there anything you would like me to roll?
Well, you want to study things for 3 days? Well, pick your roles with
Okay.
kind of a goal behind each of the roles. Like I'm rolling this because, as you put in the chat, this is what I'm looking for or trying to get from this role.
Okay.
All right. Well, you type that out. Liron, what you up to?
I'm also going to be collecting leaves as well as making a shrine for this tree here.
On a side note, wasn't there one more tree you smashed?
Yeah, that's why I'm making a shrine for this one.
Oh,
Yeah,
you made 3 so far?
I only cut down 2.
Wasn't there one that was like really black and brittle, and then someone smashed it and then it fell
That
down?
was me.
Yeah, that was
and-
Cat.
Oh, Chun Po.
Well, it was a dead one. Like, it was a dead
Yeah?
tree already.
Was it?
And
Yeah.
yeah, like, I didn't realize it would do that quickly. I thought I could train with it, and it just...
Isn't that the
And
same thing though?
Well, I mean, sure, but there was nothing there.
Not even a
The
stump?
concept is... I understand what you're saying in, like, concept-wise, but if it didn't have a Dow point, was it truly a cultivator tree, or did I just chop down a standard tree?
Well, regardless, it's a tree corpse.
That's fair. That's fair. Um,
You're fine. I'm just
yeah,
yanking
I
your
will
chain.
think on that. Let's see. Um, okay, I'm going to put this up there for now. I don't know if I like the wording of that, but that's like all I have so far. If there's any questions on what I mean with that, I'm trying to like connect the dots, and that's what I'm going with first. Science is just kind of feeling. You said these are demon beasts?
Esque. The trees are kind of like demon trees. Some of them are spiritual. Some of them are mystical. Kind of depends on the energy core that they have. The destruction tree would be definitely a demon tree, because it feeds off negative energy.
Okay. I was going to ask if I could roll mystical beasts. Well, spirit beasts, mythical beasts, and mystical beasts, and then demon beasts, just to understand or like try to. Well, that was just a roll. I don't know if any of those would apply, but as a, why is the memory a part of all of this? Or, well, I know if we leave a dead body or if we leave stuff left behind, something will come and take what is left over and cultivate it as a, all right, well, you sowed death and you left it there, I think is an aspect of it. Can I roll spirit beasts to try and understand the ties better, or the understanding of spirits to all of this?
From what you can tell, oh, you haven't made the roll yet. Go ahead, make your roll, homie.
Spirit bam. Spirit bam. Oh shit. Okay. It's going to be I guess a flat intelligence one, because this one is not letting me click spirit. Make your roll. I'm clicking the thingy.
Well, if the button doesn't work, I think it's like enter click or click enter.
Oh, okay.
Then I'll
Click
if
enter.
it's an other
Hey,
skill.
there it is.
Go. More of a mystical entity, sturdy lad.
Gotcha.
As
Can I-
for the memory, you're talking about the Dow point still embedded in the bark, right?
I believe so, yes, because is that
Okay.
one still there for Sturdy Lad?
Still hasn't.
Shit. Okay. I
It still
didn't.
hasn't changed.
Okay.
Into its, decayed point, but it's still there. It's a long death for trees.
Hmm.
So it'll probably take a decade or so before the shadow tree probably takes over.
Okay.
Yeah. As for memory, it's kind of the way you pack in energies into your body. They take a different approach in how they pack the energies into their body. They wear their Tao in different layers of the bark, where you keep
Okay.
it somewhere else. So they utilize one of their Tao points on an outer layer of the bark as a defensive feature, which, if broken through, doesn't spell well for them. But it's still a pretty hefty gosh darn defense. It's kind of like if your skin and your bones had Tao imbued into them as defense. Very rarely would they take damage or break, especially at this level of cultivation. But to do so would be to telegraph it to everyone who has even an average level of perception. So it's like playing with it's like playing a card game, but you have two cards faced up on the table where everyone has all of their cards hidden.
Okay. So you're always showing your hand because
Part of it, yeah.
Yeah. They automatically know now.
Yeah, they automatically know, but you're also much more sturdy. So it'll be much harder to just even cut your skin, let alone bruise it. It'll be a lot harder to cut or smash or break your bones. And that's the way the trees have approached it. It is a utilization of Tao through a physical refinement into defense. It's a lifestyle choice, and the trees don't really have the option of running away. So they have to get creative and or use
Really strong.
special methodologies to protect themselves.
Okay. Okay. Can I roll you said mythical or mystical beast was closer to Sturdy Lad? Test test. Hello?
Test.
Okay. Yeah, was he mystical or mythical?
Mystical.
Mystical. Okay. Could I roll mystical beasts to try and get a better understanding as to how to either I guess I have to defeat the Tao point, and if it's to do with bark, my next instinct would be to go shear the bark off of Sturdy Lad's corpse and either utilize it or bring it back to the shrine or something. But can I roll to see whether or not that's even the right path that I should, or that's the right thing to do?
Sure.
Okay.
Kind of an intuition type of thing.
Down.
Uh,
I should have wrote that down. Shit.
meh.
Meh?
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't. You don't have to build the shrine out of his own dead body.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that was a little grim.
It'd be kind of insincere for the shrine itself.
Yeah. That's more of a, arguably a warning sign. Nothing like playing the forest and making a whole bunch of cannibal shrines out of the cannibals that tried to kill you. Anywho. Defeating the Tao point is part of the point, but is that the pinnacle point? Um, how does, or well, let's see. Okay, so roll to understand how a point survives death. Survives past death. Could I just use straight intelligence? Or theoretically wisdom? No, wisdom's not a thing here.
You can roll intelligence, sure.
Okay.
Pretty simple. If you imbue something consistently onto a medium for long enough, it persists. That's why a lot of the materials you interact with have special properties. It's the same thing with crystals that have cultivation energy in it. Everything follows the same principle. If you expose something long enough through a medium, it naturally gains that intrinsic feature. You could be the same if you had some sort of cultivation method. Actually, you do. Like your bones will most likely be infused with streaks of poison, and your bones will be poisonous for who knows how long. And the more you devour, the more poisonous your bones will be.
Gotcha.
So the scale of things really puts things into a different perspective, because you can live for thousands of years. What if you expose something to let's say a high heat, like a burning flame? It doesn't burn away, but it just absorbs that flame for 1,000 years without rest. Absolutely, it's going to take on some sort of attribute. It's going to change fundamentally. Yeah.
Okay. The point. Wait, hold on.
Well, that's how it maintains the Tao point past death. It has
Past
imbued its bark with that Tao point for so long, it persists even after death. It would be the same thing if you did it to your bones or your skin. Your skin would probably decay because it's also flesh, but the bones, if you imbued your own bones with a Tao point for centuries, probably for centuries after, your bones will still have that special quality. And some cultivator might come along and be like, this was the bones of a powerful cultivator imbued with his Tao. and they'll use your bones for something.
Is the point then to use the wood and utilize the Dow point?
No, yeah, it's an additional feature of the trees here. It's just another material exposure. Like, you could probably find trees similar to these throughout the path, but probably not a lot of them that have a built-in Dow point that
Hmm,
is among their bark.
that's fair. That is a
Yeah.
very large sign of strength amongst the tree that you fell.
Yeah, and it also will that Dow mark or point will potentially even be, if it's worked properly in a workshop, be part of the armor set you could wear if you turned it into armor, or maybe you built a house out of it and now your house doesn't just break all the time because it's sturdy AF. Like, there's a lot you can do. As for what you want to do with the stump,
Hmm.
either rip it out or put a shrine on it so that the shadow tree doesn't have an easy time.
The next role that I would want is, am I trying to fight, or is my desire to... I'm trying to figure out the connection of the opportunity and memory and what I all have to do, but I keep coming back to the shadow tree and trying to thwart the shadow tree, this from becoming a shadow tree, and the shrine only made it to where it held it off.
Yeah, it would hold it off. That's all.
Is stopping the shadow tree the opportunity? Or stopping the growth of the inevitable a part of the opportunity?
Unknown.
And then I will pass the torch. I am kerfuffled. Oh, and I guess I will also make a shrine out of the one that I accidentally broke down.
Yeah. You also want to put a little shiny thing on it?
Yes, I feel better.
Okay, done. All right, let's hippity hoppity over to Mr. Lar, ponderously contemplating on his log of
Yeah.
thinking.
The breathing aspect is interesting. The internalizing the energy around us of I believe heaven and earth energy, which is what we're currently breathing in this space. But I guess there was two aspects of I thought here. One is the nervous system, where how the impulses and the sensations we experience go through our body, and these are things that happen naturally, I guess. Uh, but it's more of a sense, I guess, and I don't think that's really what I'm looking for here. Um, and the second one I was thinking is evolution, in a sense of the adaptation, um, is and it's also kind of what you were talking about earlier of um, creating that thing for my body that would be able to uh, better have the energy flow into my dantians. And maybe that's the thing. It's just it's a breakthrough. Yeah, I guess those are my two thought process right now, and I'll see if I can
Divine.
dig deeper into it. um,
Sure.
uh, But that's currently where I'm at with myself. I don't know if those are the answers, but it's definitely a good start.
Would you like to see a little bit of guidance through fate, or you want to use other enlightenments, or any other resource you want to throw at it before you look?
Uh, just looking to see what Allie got. Ooh, she got a good one. Got some honey mustard.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing with all these beans.
She doesn't like her beans though. Just having lunch. I want to throw a bunch of yang qigong at it, pretty much, but I don't think that's really the answer. I don't feel like divining is definitely helpful, but I don't think it's also the answer. Sword enlightenment is always a great one. I can always use that and still gain things out of it in the meantime. But I feel like it's there. Like, why can't I just um, pick out what it is? Maybe I just need to cut at it, slice it open. Uh, but I don't want to just use your resources to get the answer, though. Uh, I want to try and figure it out. You've already been giving me so many clues. But maybe it's the answer is more of just you need to do the process the same way we did the first one. And it's not just like, hey, that's the word. Aha, you figured it out. But I also should, as a cultivator, use any means necessary to get the most of every opportunity. I've already used 3 on this so far. I was given sword power for the second one, which was interesting. And I don't know if that was in tangent to uh, what the opportunity is. Power. I will use another sword enlightenment as a clue, and I will also throw a destiny fragment on as I'm meditating on this log and trying to figure out the secrets of this opportunity. And I'm going to use it on the enlightenment to, as I'm breathing in and out, to feel the energy flow and the efficiency of it all to go through my body and feel it out within myself to make the cuts and the locations of these points that I'm trying to make for myself. And cut a path forward of what it's supposed to be. Um, use it as a way to look at all the puzzle pieces and figure out the things that have been told so far and try to help me put them together. And maybe I just need more of a picture. So yeah, I'll use a Destiny Fragment and an Enlightenment to a Sword Enlightenment. Try and figure out more about this this thing here.
Okay. Kind of ruminating on what you've been pondering, watching circulation and whatnot. Watching the circulation does give you a little spark of an idea.
Yeah.
Of maybe where to go. Only watching the circulation. Not doing anything with it, not making any supposition. When you just stare at it and don't think about anything, something naggles at your head. Something something kind of whispers, but you kind of get a kind of a sensation that, the less I think about it, the better. But also, if I try and ruminate on what that nagging sensation is, it goes away immediately. Very strange.
Very strange.
That's about the closest you kind of have gotten to what you're potentially looking for below instinct.
Mhm.
But at least you think you're onto something. But you can't think about it.
Oh, it's the separation of mind and body, isn't it? It's the cleaving of two separate entities. The body is its own thing. It grows, it evolves, it adapts. And it does a bunch of things subconsciously, instinctually below that. The mind isn't telling yourself to breathe. You don't need to subconsciously think about breathing. It's going to happen eventually. It's going to do it either way. As your body does it, your blood flows through you. It's separation of your Tao heart and your mind, I guess, where you breathe, it pumps. The cells inside your body, the energy flows of it all, does its thing. I can't think about that, so I'm just not going to think about that. I'm just going to observe, like I was doing before. Just have it. Breathe. Don't think about anything. Just watch the body move.
And write out any testing, research, or further meditations in chat, please.
Sure.
Then we'll hippity hoppity over to Liron. Liron, you have succeeded in your enshrinification and leave collecting. Mr. Ron Lee.
I am going to also begin meditating upon what else these trees could possibly teach us.
Alright. Are you doing so at a tree stump, or one of the remaining trees, or a fallen tree, a shadow tree?
I'll be doing it at the one that I cut here.
Indeed.
Yes.
Bing bong.
Like against the stump.
Yep.
Bing bong. Influence. Let's really influence. Try to feel for the tree, try to feel its Tao point.
Yeah, you remember the Dow point, right?
Yeah.
If I'm in water, I cannot be
No.
felt.
No, it's as long as my the thing I'm defending still exists. I cannot be felled.
Water, the river.
Yeah.
It's still there. Freshly cut.
Mhm.
So, what do you do?
To continue exploring that Tao point. Like what Tao was this tree practicing, for example? And how did it solidify it as a just constant effect?
Probably something to do with water and guardianship. Longevity. Adaptation. Weird combo set for a tree, but could work. For the Dow point itself, it's more of a leverage declaration rather than just presenting a Dow point as defense. It's it made it
I will not fall.
definitive.
Defined its truth, sort of.
Yeah, it defined a truth against you, and you had to absolutely prove it false. And you realize pretty quickly, the more a truth is tempered but holds true, the harder it is to overcome. So the earlier you start on a truth, and the more you temper it, the more likely it'll hold when it actually meets a real threat or an attack.
Okay.
Trees are really good at this. They have a lot of accompanying, overlapping, and synchronous defenses. So if all the defenses hold, then the truth holds. People are a little bit more invincible than tree, at least on immediate defenses. But proof of concept. If you make it a declaration, that is a significantly dangerous and kind of black and white choice. Because it immediately invalidates that defense in its entirety if the truth can't uphold itself or collides with a different truth and falls short or is overridden or undermined or all the other stuff.
Okay.
So not something to approach lightly, but it is definitely something that can be done. The Dow points are best anchored in the body, the physical meat, and bones included. To anchor a Dow point, let alone a declaration, in an energy channel is a tricky dance. the amount of maintenance on that would be not insignificant.
But you could also, it could also be a, if the declaration is something about energy, it could hold on there better.
Now you're thinking with big game decisions. Because unfortunately for you, you may not have this available to you considering you're building nothing. And nothing is bad. And nothing will not. It's not an energy source you can leverage a Dow point on because there's nothing there. But
Unless this Dow point or truth is about nothing.
you would have to start shifting your Dow.
Yep.
And the Dow of nothing is one of the taboos.
Okay. Not that my master would be against me learning it.
Well, they use nothing as a weapon system,
Yep.
not as a Dow. In fact, your master specifically made sure to emphasize that this is a tool. This is not who you are.
Philosophy.
This is a weapon to cut down all other weapons. It is so gosh dang useful, you don't need a specialized toolkit or armory or countermeasures for the 3,000 plus grand DAOs out there, let alone all the minor ones. This is a one tool beats all stick. It doesn't play well with anything else, but it doesn't have to because it does its job great and it's relevant at all times. But you build yourself around the tool so that you can wield it at any time and it doesn't ever wield you or become unusable. And that's where the robot parts come in, and their particular DAO is all about debuffing things around them without circulating any energy, and potentially even nullifying any negative effects from mathematics onto them using the nothing. Like, it is a build strategy, kind of like the way in Diablo, if you play a certain class to get a certain weapon, and that weapon is best in slot, and then you build the entire build around what that weapon does. Same concept. It's also like Po, with like Mage Blood, the belt, where you have the potions constantly running. Same kind of concept. This would be one of those tools. You got the tool early, but you don't have all the accompanying pieces.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll pretty much be useful for the rest of the game. But you don't really get to do really anything interesting. You know, you're kind of stuck with a stagnant tool that doesn't get stronger, doesn't expand, doesn't become something else or evolve into its next cool form. It's just nothing.
Well, I was told I could fold it more and that I don't want to do that yet.
Very true. But that just makes more nothing out of less nothing. And more nothing is very dangerous. So, definitely don't want it as a DAO tool. And that makes it so that trying to put a DAO point or a declaration in an energy system is not a great option for you. It has to be kept very far away from the nothing that is your power reservoir.
Mhm.
But it is interesting, something you can study. You can even help the others with their swordsmanship through this kind of declaration system or infusion of Tao, because they can imbue it into their sword strikes or into their defense. You could even help Lar infuse a declaration or Tao point into his power, sword power altogether. And that would do some really wonky stuff. you don't really want to do that as a scholar, but as an obsessive swordsman, such radical decisions sometimes aren't so bad, if done correctly, of course. The downside is he has a Tao of failure, which that's really hard to balance with a declaration. You'd have to study some more and go to the lab to do some research.
Yep. The lab.
Dun-dun-dun. Mr. Poe. Shrines are up. Everyone's
Alrighty.
kind of meditating and thinking.
Or not thinking, in Lar's case.
Or not thinking, yeah. The powerful not think.
Hmm. I would like, let's see, a temperature check. Do you guys think we're any closer to the opportunities?
Well, I think that one of the points is to teach you about Tao declarations. Or declarations of truth, rather.
Now, is that the derivative of, would that be an aspect of the, I hate to word it like this, but I'm just like the passive ability that the trees have and the putting Tao into ourselves every day and like getting, I think that might be the passive thing is like if we put Tao into the bits of ourselves every day, it seems to grow in us.
Yes. I think that is true.
And then not thinking lets things intrinsically move as they just kind of do. And we don't think about it. We just we watch and it goes.
Perhaps. I'm not really sure. I don't really do the not thinking thing most of the time.
Yeah. Arguably, that one not so much is a passive because the Dow point one is actively putting in a point until it just imbues with a piece of it. And the other one is not thinking about it at all to figure out what happens naturally.
Perhaps.
I wish there was math in this. I can solve math.
I'm great at math.
The tree that I accidentally fell, the one that I just made a shrine out of here, did its Dow point, or was there a Dow point in its bark?
Not that you can feel, no.
Okay. How did somebody beat a Dow point but not fell the tree itself until I came over and fell it for him?
Possible it didn't have a Tao point.
It is
Or
possible.
whatever its point was something that kept it standing inherently, and it defeated the Tao, or the person defeated the Tao point and felt that was enough.
Hmm.
Maybe it's something to do with living for whatever reason, since it was still dead and standing.
You'll have to scratch your chin on that one.
If truth is subjective, why can't our truths just take over?
Our truth will have to be more powerful than theirs, as the Sword Elder was talking about with that.
I think the quantity or quantifying how strong a truth is eludes me.
Sounds like
Well-
a research tree.
Okay, let's figure that out. Research.
Oh, 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 oh.
Quantifying. What would this be? Quantifying subjective truths? Or, well, all truth is subjective.
It depends on how you want to phrase it, how you want to build your research. Who
Who
knows?
Truth is true.
Okay. We got Mr. Lars typing. Chun Po, you're probably making a note for research.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to even figure out how to fight or how to say my truth is right and yours isn't, besides just nuh-ing it.
Research indeed.
Can
Hmm?
I was about to ask, can I have a Gao battle with a tree that I don't intend to fell?
Sure, there are penalties for losing a doubt battle, either
Hmm.
inconsequential or otherwise.
Staggering. Yes.
Yeah, could be staggering. It could also just be emotional damage. Your feelings get
Ooh.
hurt. While you guys think things away, Liron, back to you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to experiment a bit. I would like to begin putting Dow droplets of sound into my bones to, I guess, reinforce my Dow name. Of countless Give me just a second. Countless frequencies resonate in harmony. That's right. Yeah. I'll start doing that. And I'll start doing that one a day. And I will continue meditating unless somebody else brings up a good point.
Eh,
for me
Right,
to
done
continue
anything?
doing.
Hop over to Lar.
All right. Well, the first thing I would like to try doing is the same thing I have been doing, breathing in. But this time, instead of completing the process, I'm going to hold it.
Uh, Um, your body does speed up, at least the blood flow, the
Mhm.
circulation tries to make up for the lack of incoming resource. So you definitely get a quick reaction from that because your body's like, "We need air, we need air."
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
as you observe, kind of interesting. Um, hard to push out that discomfort. So give me a willpower test, please.
what negative?
Just give me a normal willpower roll. That's it's a solid one right there, sir. Um, pushing past the discomfort, little dangerous because then you're reliant on your body just saying, "All right, enough of this. I'm taking control." Once you push past the discomfort, it is kind of interesting. The body just does what it does. You're not personally maintaining any of these subsystems in your body. You're not
Yeah.
maintaining the flow of any of your circulatory systems. You're not managing resource exchange between resources in your blood and all of the aligning flesh. There's a lot going on that you just do.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the mind. Your mind could be off. You could be literally unconscious, and yet it still works. How curious. As for your second approach, the sword power, there's so much of it. It's just like watching a lava flow, but one that circles on itself. It's actually kind of fun. Just looking at just all of that sword sauce, sword power.
Yeah, but this is something I'm better at controlling.
Mhm.
So I'm more or less trying to yeah, I'm just trying to look without looking. Um,
Uh, your current expression of sword power in the way you've
yeah,
twisted it and the way you've applied pressure and compacted that much power in there, when you utilize energy, it's like a volcanic eruption. It builds and builds and builds and then bam, explosion. But otherwise, it's just happy to move along. You know, it's doing its own thing. It's not. There's enough of it that it's perfectly happy just kind of flowing along the channels. You'll have to do something about adding more. There's probably a trick. Because what if you have 10 times the current amount? If it's already moving that slowly,
Oh, that's where the power lines come in, don't they?
Yeah, that's where the power lines come in.
Yeah.
But looking at it, yeah, it's kind of an interesting approach. Yeah, watching the sword power, you realize you're thinking too much. I control it, and you try and observe it, but it's also like this is the one I have the most control over, and then you are like, oh, I'm thinking again. So the first one, kind of a good bit of success there. You did come to a realization. There's a part of you that works even if you're unconscious.
Yes.
In fact, your whole body works, which is really weird.
It's automated. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Which is also below instinct.
Yeah.
Automation. Okay.
So I guess the question is, just like how the Bustling World takes a job and then enhances it, and you have the manual aspect of where you take away the tool and you make it what it is, a sword, and control as a swordsman. Um, I guess this is akin to what Liron does already with movement mechanics and controlling the body yourself. I guess is that the question? Do we? Is the automated part something we should take control of, and have better utilization of our body, or is it something that we should enhance? Um, and where
There's
does
a
that
lot of
control come from?
possibilities.
Yeah, where is that control located? Like, is it the brain that's doing it? I don't think so.
Well, the brain would have to be doing it because it is the control center.
Hmm,
So there's definitely a part of the brain that does this. It just maintains the whole body as is in a passive nature, and the body just chugs along. Even if you're completely knocked out unconscious, where you don't even have the ability to utilize instinct or muscle memory, the body still chugs on. There's a lot of not so safe methods you could approach. You could go Liron's method of deactivating the automation and then taking control yourself, but that requires a level of precision, dedication, and mastery that a lot of people don't have the stomach for. Also, the amount of injury you can do to yourself is incredible. But there's also the opposite, where you could take an active system and automate it. So that even while you're asleep, something that you would actively have to do is now under automation.
you could
And
also apply your Tao to that automation.
you could apply your Tao to that automation, yeah, if you're really clever. You can even put a declaration as part of an automation.
Yeah.
You can have DAO discussion points on automation. Like, really gets ugly down below the instinct level. Because anything you do down here, your brain and your spirit do it automatically going forward, whether you like it or not. And you would have to disable it off of automation. So do everything at around below the instinct level with caution. Because you can also enhance an automated feature or modify it or do all sorts of stuff. And then maybe your heart stops it forgets that it needs to continually beat because that was on automation because you messed with
Right.
something else. And you're like, heart, please. And then you realize you have to manually pump it through will. And by flexing a part of your body you never realized you needed to flex in a very specific manner to get the blood flowing, and you're like, oh, I could get my heart to stop if I'm not careful.
Yeah. There's an entire world of customization, modification, and cultivation down at this level.
Yeah.
The entrance level.
And we're already familiar with that because Liron, or at least he's very familiar with it. Yeah, I guess the question is, how do you actualize that for the opportunity? That is the question.
Well, there's one thing that you realize through your breathing.
Mhm.
You would probably need to develop a proper breathing technique, or at least, have one passed over. But a breathing technique, most people have to sit down
Right.
and meditate and focus on intaking internal energy all the while through breathing. And they have to do that under meditation. But what if it was automated? Just by breathing, you don't need to meditate, just by breathing the air, that system absorbs the worldly energy out of your lungs.
Yeah, this is a representation of Jackie's character, where they needed a whole another brain to automate the nano side.
Yeah.
And where it's really coming down to.
Yeah. You're pretty sure there's a good part of the mind that can do this. Like
Mhm.
the mind of a cultivator is to bring out everything you possibly can. To bring out the hidden potential within the processing capabilities. And you have gleaned that Vicarious was teaching Liron mind cultivation techniques.
Hmm.
So there is several techniques that could allow you to automate certain things or modify certain automation or just do something really goofy. But yeah, you feel like this is exactly the level. Like that nagging like sense is like this is the train stop. This is what you're looking for. But it's still that elusive slipperiness of the more you contemplate and the more you think on it, the more your thought process turn, and then you kind of naturally find yourself out. Not just out of the subconscious, but you're above instinct again because you're thinking again, and it's like such a slippery part of yourself that is hard to view and hard to modify because you have to do so without thinking.
Yeah, it's almost needs to be like a force of nature or a tree in this case. But okay, that's good that I have discovered the second part. At least now it's just grasping it and having it not fall through my fingers, and how you go about doing it.
Yeah. You're pretty
Okay.
sure if you could figure out a way to enter that state and stay in that state,
Right.
you've nailed it. But you're like almost there. So close.
Well, I think I'm going to let Chun Po and Liron know that I have discovered the second aspect of these opportunity, and it is automation. It is your body automation. How do you do that? And how do you get into that state to enhance it or control it? Well, that's something I haven't figured out yet. But I feel like a breathing technique or some way to um, get in that zone is at least what I'm trying to figure out next.
Do you think that that has a separate thing to deal with putting Tao points into our body repeatedly? Or do they tie together, do you think?
Not sure.
I feel like they might be able to tie together, whether it's like a breathing technique, holding a Tao point and encompassing the Tao point through your breath into you or wherever you need it to go. But all guesswork here.
One option is using the Tao. We could just put droplets inside of ourselves and start to mold it that way. Using them as an active instead of a passive, just being in our pool. Yeah, I guess that's what I have right now. The shadow one will be the next part. I'm going to try and figure this one out first before I go to the next one.
Do I feel anything as I'm doing putting the Tao droplets into my bones?
Mm. Which one?
Which one? What?
Which bones?
Fair, fair.
Like, you don't have a spirit bone, right? You just have normal bones.
I do have normal bones. I wonder if I can form a spirit bone with this. That might require more. I will use a Tao Enlightenment of Sound as well when I'm doing this to, I guess, intuit what, like, would my skull, for example, have a significantly different effect than one of my arms?
Oh yeah. Every single bone and every single part of the body, especially in the Eastern practices, which you are in, it has a special location on the body with special meridians and energy flows. And if you would even take it a step further, proximity and association with certain chakras. So if you put something on your skull, that's close to the crown chakra, and anything involving the skull is usually the realm of thought, the realm of the mind and spirit. Although the
Okay.
spirit does flow throughout the body, it is the throne of the mind.
Yep. Well then, let's not do the skull, and in fact not a bone. I'm gonna put it in my like vocal cords.
Vocal cords also have to do with the throat chakra, and there
Mhm.
are huge blood vessels that run through the neck.
Yep, and those are energy circuits now.
Yep. So depends on what you want to do with the droplet. The droplets don't seem to do you any harm here, especially since this is also harmonious.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to solidify my DAO name further, so I'll be
Sure.
continuing to do this. Just a slow trickle.
Yeah, a slow trickle. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you let the previous drop absorb in fully before you put in a new
Yes,
one? Cool.
I do.
So, kind of strange. The first droplet completely absorbs in less than a second. And when you put the second droplet in, it takes less than plus 1 second. So it takes 1 additional second to absorb for every droplet you put in there.
Okay, how many DAO points of sound do I have? I've got 15
Well, Dow
and the
points are different than droplets. Dow points
I'm
are
doing
10.
droplets. I'm doing droplets, yeah. I was
Okay,
just
you're
seeing
good.
how much I've got.
So, yeah, there's all sorts of weird stuff you can do with this.
Mm-hmm.
You're up to something. You're scheming and plotting something,
Mm-hmm.
right? While you're scheming and plotting, let's hop back to Mr. Poe. Mr. Poe.
Um, I am not sure.
Oops, sorry.
Is there any way to try and connect the dots with the information that we've gathered?
Which dots?
Hmm?
Which dots?
Of knowing for certain, so we know that a level of breathing and autonomy is the other another opportunity, and I could see it semi, depending on how you do it, in juncture lead to the opportunity messing with passives and Dow points, or that is that opportunity, and I'm missing something completely, and I really don't know how to put together a well. Um, I'm not going to start a Dow battle this late. I think I am good for the day, as I don't know what to do next.
Yeah, you can always sleep on it. All right. Then we'll hop over to Lar.
So we got about 15 minutes left on the recording, at least for 5 hours. I think the only closest thing I have for maybe finding some information is the cultivation manual on the tree devouring.
It was one tree devouring that, but yeah.
The only other option would be to make it on the fly. Liron has a really good plan for infusing himself with the Tao. And that's a great point I could do for doing the automation style. I guess it's a little easier for Lyron as they're using sound. I have two options. I could use uh, Fate or Failure for my two because I've been collecting those. I wonder if this is where we would spend our Dow points wisely. Maybe it's the whole point of the opportunity. Secondly, maybe that's the only way we can control the automation side.
Perhaps.
Wonder if this is one way I could grow my wings by infusing my Dow Failure into the feathers themselves.
Do have to be careful with the Tao of Failure. You are playing the Wuxia game on hard mode with that one.
Yeah.
Certain Tao of Failure means it just fails all the time, or doesn't work, or can't succeed. So you'd fail to fly, or fail to catch the wind under the feathers. Depends on application. It'll require some tricksy, clever almost scheming like, since that's the theme for the session, application of your Tao.
Yeah. The way I have Lar built for the Monray, for the Saba, is that the wings grow from failure in a sense of learning from those failures. So using those as teaching opportunities instead of just you fail kind of thing.
Yep.
That's where I had envisioned from that.
You do have a better understanding of failure than most, especially since it's your Tao. Just make sure that the failure doesn't grow with the wing.
Yeah.
Because if you can keep the failure at the same, like, if I fail, my wings get better because not only did they endure, they know failure and can be better for it. That's an awesome approach. Having a fixed Tao point that never grows and never moves, it just does what it does. But you can also have the one that's like, not only do my failures make me stronger, the failures become bigger. And it's like, ooh, maybe not.
Okay, well, I don't know where I can go from here, so I guess I'm just gonna have to ruminate on stuff. So you can pass the buck from me.
To Liron!
Like to use another sound enlightenment and consider my Tao firmaments and see if that's like something that might be what is trying to be used here. I was told that those are for later anyway, but maybe this is the type of thing that I'm supposed to be waiting for. Not using it yet, but
Sure.
ruminating for
Um,
enlightenment.
you can't seem to find a place where the firmaments would fit. You're
Okay.
too small, even for a one.
Hmm.
Which is probably also the point where, as you grow in cultivation, you make room for these things. It feels pretty concrete, like an anchor or an absolute in your world once it settles in.
Okay.
Firmament's pretty potent. But you can kind of instinctively feel that they can be leveraged to do some really crazy stuff. In fact, firmament could turn a truth into a sledgehammer because my truth is so magnified and so reinforced that I can just hit you with my truth and you have no choice but to be like, okay, that's the truth. Again, you have to make room for that. That's no easy feat. Let alone more than one.
Mm-hmm.
So, can't quite do anything with that yet, but oh boy, the possibilities. Oh boy.
Boy. I'll just continue putting droplets in.
As for your enlightenment, you want to put another one in there?
Mm-hmm.
Specifically into the voice box?
Yep.
Okay. Looking at it, it's definitely doing something. Your trickle method is a very solid, very cautious approach, which there's nothing wrong with that. You definitely don't want to rush what you're doing because you'll probably lose your voice box if you rush. You are definitely imbuing the voice box either with one of three things. Either you are just like where the firmament needs space, you are opening up the area around the throat chakra for something else, such as being able to house a Tao point in your voice itself,
Okay.
or modifying a not quite a mutation, but an alteration about how your voice works. Maybe you have a commanding voice, or maybe you have this fear that you build into it. There is additional channels that you're starting to develop in your throat, in your voice box. Not only that, it's becoming reinforced. Whenever, not in the armor sense, but if you vibrate your voice box, even if it's just a hum or just a passing air through it, well, now it becomes protected as long as you can maintain the vibration through it. So technically, the throat is one of the major weak spots. The neck and specifically the throat is one of the biggest weak spots a cultivator has. Same with eyes, same with ears, same with armpits, the vulnerable parts. And it's really hard to armor and protect those locations, which is why, powerful cultivators die all the time to being stabbed in the neck, specifically the throat. But what if someone went to go stab you in the throat and you just had to hum and the blade got stopped? And you're like, I ain't no bitch. You're currently modifying one of the weakest vulnerable points on a cultivator. So you could fill it with kind of a protective design. You could fill it with a seat for a dowel point or some sort of power projection. You could use it to magnify your voice so that it can go farther, reach higher pitches. Like, you're on the path to body modification.
Okay. So I could protect it and be able to use the rebel frequency better, or use mathematic chance without negatively impacting myself.
This would be the place to start.
Okay.
The amount of Dow points, your droplets you're going to need are not small. This might end up being where you put thousands of Dow droplets. And it may not just be in the throat itself. It could be once you have the throat ready to go and it's built up the way you like, then you build out from that. So that when you do project it, maybe you also build it up the side of the neck into the ear canal. There's a lot you can do, but it also requires a lot of resources.
Oh yeah.
So, not bad. You're onto something. Good choice with the like works with like. Your Dow drop, it has a specific attribute to it, or element, or concept to it, and you combining it with the same thing is a good choice. So,
but this might not be one of the points that we were supposed to learn here.
You definitely feel that that's not quite
What we're trying
one
to
of
do.
the other two parts. This is definitely an expansion on the first point. You've taken the what you've learned on the first gestalt from the first opportunity of 3, and you've taken it to its natural next step, and then even further. It sounds like Lar's onto something with the second point, but it looks like they're taking a thinking break because they've been pondering at it for quite some time. So,
I also just didn't think I was going to get enough in within those minutes, so they don't have very much time left.
fair.
saying. I was just like, I don't know if I can create anything in 10 minutes.
All right. So, with that, I think we'll end here. I will reach out to each of you to see if I have a moment of your time once I get this stupid quality of this finished. I am so close. So close.
Good,
You got
good.
this.
When it's ready, I'll put something in the changelog channel, and I'll reach out for availability. Hopefully, it won't take more than an hour. But I do know Mr. Lar has reached deep into the spirit threshold, so we'll see if he likes any of the new options. So, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Does starting 30 minutes later feel a bit better?
It's
Yeah.
fine.
I'm trying to force myself to like get out of bed sooner. So now I feel bad, but yes, yes.
I don't feel bad. It's just, we had several reasons why to start a little bit later, so that everyone can kind of wake up and still have that 30 minutes to settle in, handle stuff in the background, handle pets, handle children who are also kind of like
Very.
pets.
Yeah. Just as
Um,
destructive.
Yeah, and then like make sure that there's no fires burning. Hopefully there wasn't a fire.
Nope, that one was just smoke. But
Yeah. So, yeah. If you guys really feel like you want to, we can continue to start right back at 7 MST. But if you guys feel that the 30-minute later start is better, then let's stick with that. So, oh,
for now, I think we stick to the 30 minutes.
okay. Awesome. And I think next session will be the last one at this opportunity with the pace and progress we're going at. So,
Oh,
good stuff.
scary. Okay.
I mean, if you guys want to stay a little bit longer, I'm not going to rush you out of here at all. It's just with the progress and the speed you guys are going, you guys have picked up the momentum.
Hey,
So, yeah, but no rush. If we have to spend more sessions, that's perfectly fine.
okay.
That's just my GM senses tingling.
Your gum senses?
My gum senses tingling, yeah. Hi. Nope. Get out of the way.
Move. Get out the
Move,
way.
person, get out of the way. I would kindly ask you to get out the way. Please get
Kindly
out the
move.
way.
Move, lovely lady, get out the way. Get out the way, lovely lady, get out the way. Just respectfully changing